us. Okay, I'll repeat again. I said we praise God for this opportunity. We are praying that today we will listen with our holy ears and see with our holy eyes what God has in store for us. And we also pray that from today we will also see a lot of unity amongst us. So let us all get tuned in and listen from Mvangeli, especially Mvangeli Tayali. He has a lot to share. I hope so, but he usually has. So looking forward to hearing a lot from him today. Thank you, Narin.
Narini, thank you very much for those words. What a wonderful day it is today. I'm also super excited what Evangelist Vave says. I'm super excited. More than triple excited. Can you just say that word, Evangelist Vave? Super excitement. Yeah.
When they say when big elephants, like in this case here, when they are going to be sharing, you don't just get super excited. You know what? You get super excited.
Narini.
I'm locked here because I can't just wait to get some nuggets. As Mtumwa has said, you just don't want your ordinary ears, your ordinary eyes. Today, let's pray for those inner eyes. Let's open our minds so we can hear. But if you listen with your mind, you go that way when others are going this way. It's also important, very important. I can't stress that. Look, let's just jump into it. I can't wait. Please.
Thank you very much, Mvangeli. Thank you for those words. Where is my co-moderator, Elder Masvaure?
I am right here, preacher. I'm right here, preacher. Oh,
Yes.
I just had so much today. And even before we start, a lot of things that we're dominating today is learning, right? And if you think about the word today, insight, right? And in depth, it means today we're going to have a comprehensive view and understanding about our religion, because a lot of people are expecting to know a lot of things that happen from the start till the end. They want to know what happened after. They want to know protocol. They want to know. There's just so much that we're going to learn today, and we're praising God for an opportunity to do so. We are going to start our program now, and then we'll talk about what the program is about and some housekeeping issues after that. Admin, if you could spotlight a hymn leader, and we'll sing Singabazalwane. And then afterwards, we'll have Holy Messenger Kelibe Mang giving us an opening prayer, and then we'll kickstart our program. May we all stand?
Him leader Mlilo.
You're mute, hymn leader. You're on mute, hymn leader.
Lani. Modimo mo phakele ngono ra go godisa bogolo ja gago modimo ka gore fa sebaka sa mo mosongono gore re te re go godise re ute dithuto tse dintle tsa butara tsa go aga butara ngware dithuto tse ta go di rutwa mono tsatsi leno o ka re di ka aga mo go rona ra ithuta le bana ba rona ra itse boleng jwa butara ngware ra godisa butara ngware ka re dithuto tse di ka nna mo dipelong tsa rona go ya go ileng ka bosafele ka bosafele
Lanini. Yet another exciting time for us as abantwana beGuta Mwari, having an opportunity to be able to get insight, in-depth insight. Okuthi ukuthi namhlanje sizathola imfundiso ejulileyo mayelana lokwenzakalayo okweminyaka engama-43, 43 years, God working as a human among humans. And we also hear a lot today around what happened in 2003. I heard today so many expectations around, unity. We heard a lot about wanting to understand a lot about, what happened and what is happening, because everybody is keen, is hungry for knowledge. And said, right now, we're on 101 gadgets and it's still moving up, which means that a lot of people really want to know what is happening. My co-moderator, where are you? Can you just tell me, you've been asking a lot of people, what do you expect? What do you expect out of today's session?
Yeah, that's a very interesting question. As someone who grew up in Guta Mwari, you learn, and sometimes you fail to understand certain things. And these are the things that we looking forward to understand. There are things that you would have wanted to ask, but sometimes it will be very difficult. And we are hoping this platform is going to allow us to ask some of those questions, and we will be getting guidance on what was really happening and what we would want our lives to be like in terms of like going forward as a religion here in Guta Mwari. Those are my expectations, Elder Masvaure.
Lanini, one once said that if you want to grow, you have to continue to learn. And if you stop learning, then growth stops, of which we want to continuously grow in this religion. Maybe also, if you may just allow me, I just want to know, maybe from one or two other people, some expectations, then we quickly get into introduction of our presenters, as well as what they're going to be presenting about. So Preacher Chakanza, already hang on. You're going to be just introducing our presenters right now. Can I go to Evangelist Makhasa? Can I just understand from you, what are your expectations of today's session?
Salwana nomkhokheli. Sithabile kakhulu umkhokheli. Siyajabula ekhathesi umkhokheli. We are just buckling up and just waiting to cruise. Lanini.
Buckling up and ready to cruise. That's what all of us are waiting for right now. Maybe if I may ask the last person right now, Evangelist Makhasa, how are you feeling today and what are your expectations about today's session?
Thank you very much for this opportunity. I'm looking forward to hear more, a lot, what was happening in the Holy Ghost family. How did the family, the kids, accepted what was happening in the family? Narine.
Lanini. Now, as we are starting our program and getting into it, uxolo kubavangeli labakhokheli layo inhlanganiso eyabanja ngesandla esingcwele. Namhlanje ithuba elimnandi, ithuba esiliphiweyo lokuthi sizwisise mayelana lezenzakalo ezayenzakalayo mhla uNkulunkulu esebenza engumuntu ebantwini. Sathola ithuba, abanye mhlambe bangena, abanye bazalelwa ngesikhathi sakhona. Namhlanje sizezwa imfundiso ejulileyo. Today we'll hear a lot of in-depth, insightful presentations and discussions about what you've been thinking about, what you're expecting is going to happen today. I want to hand over to Preacher Chakanza just to give us a brief introduction on who our presenters are and what they're going to be presenting about. Over to you, Preacher.
Oh, yes. Thank you very much there, Elder Masvaure. Before I get into the presenters for today, we are working as a team, and I would like to introduce some of the members who are going to be translating for us in case we are going to have some presentations which are going to be shared in vernacular language. We've got Preacher Sentufe as well as Evangelist Tsambwa. They are going to be part of our team. If they can just quickly greet the congregates who are logged in here, just in brief, quickly, Evangelist Tsambwa. Kaziwayi. Preacher Sentufe.
Dumelang bagaetsho, salibonani lonke bantwana bakaNkulunkulu. I was going to say it in Shona, but I got stuck. But nonetheless, good morning, everyone.
Yeah, that's interesting. No, we praise God for that. We really praise God. So, our program for today, we are going to have presenters and we are going to have a conversation with our guests. So we've got our presenters, our three presenters for today. The first one is going to be Preacher M. Makiwa. If you can just spotlight him. I'm going to introduce all of them. Then we're going to start the program. We've got Preacher Maduke. Admin, if you can spotlight Preacher NC Maduke. Preacher NC Maduke. I'm sure she's here. She's somewhere. There she is. And we are also going to have Evangelist Makhasa. Evangelist Makhasa. I saw his gadget somewhere. Admin, can you spotlight? Yes, there he is. He's on his way, coming from service. Thank you very much. So, our first presentation, we are going to get it from Preacher M. Sibanda, who is going to be sharing us knowledge about the Incarnation and God's intention of living as a human amongst humans. This is a very, very important topic because it forms the basis of our religion, the Incarnation itself and his intention. We are talking about 43 years, and we want to know, what does it mean for us as Guta Mwari congregates. So I'm going to leave this moment to Preacher Sibanda to make his presentation. I've seen already people are busy with their pens and paper. Please make sure you also have somewhere to write down. And we would want you to take notes. At the same time, if you've got questions, you can post them in the chat group. Once all our three presenters finish, we're going to give opportunity for you guys to ask your questions and be responded to before we get to the guest speaker. We are not yet introducing our guest speaker. We are going to introduce our guest speaker once we finish with the three presentations. So please make sure if you hear something that you need clarity on, just type it in the chat box and we will get to ask those questions to the presenters and get responses next Singapore. So, Preacher M. Sibanda, the floor is yours. Next Singapore.
Narin.
Good morning, everyone. Ngizaqala to respect the protocol uqolo kubavangeli abakhokheli la kwinhlanganiso eyabanjwa ngesandla esingcwele. We praise God for such an opportunity during our lifetime. As our moderators have mentioned before, my topic is the incarnation and God's intention of living as human amongst human. On this platform today, this insight and how it is still happening. Soldiers of God in faith, we come together today to celebrate a moment that forever transformed our lives, the incarnation, God's incredible act of love, choosing to live as one of us. This is not just a story from our history, but a powerful reminder of God's presence, purpose, and promises to his people. I invite you to a journey with me as we reflect on this profound act of divine intervention and what it means for us today. In 1954, God's voice echoed through Africa, proclaiming his presence in a way never before experienced. Through the first Holy Host, Amai Chaza, a faithful member of the Methodist Church, the seeds of Guta Jehovah were planted. A bold declaration led to an expulsion, a painful moment that birthed Guta Jehovah and marked the beginning of God's visible work among us. Her miraculous acts of healing and deliverance opened the eyes of many, yet so many turned away, failing to grasp the depth of God's plan. Recognizing the need for a new approach, God did the unimaginable. On December 25, 1960, he departed and made a promise to return after 40 days. True to his word, the 31st of January 1961 is a momentous occasion that every soldier has come to know and associate with the moment of incarnation. Chapter 3 of the 12 lessons and 52 chapters of God's work recounts this moment, God stating through the second Holy Host, I have come, I am God of all nations, rise and let us do my work. In chapter 8, again, God as human, under the heading God as human among his humans, verse 5 reads, I have made you the holy temple, where I will dwell at Guta Mwari. The time is up that I should do my work. Last sentence in the same verse 5 reads, this was incarnation, God the Spirit come to live in man as a man among men. This marked the beginning of a divine journey, one that continues to shape and inspire us. Let us pause and reflect. What does it mean to serve a God who walked as we walk, who felt our struggles and who lived our joys and pains? We forget the 22nd of 1961 heralded Guta Mwari in South Mpopoma. God's choice to live among his people was an act of unparalleled love and humility. I reiterate, as chapter 8, verse 5 declares, this was incarnation, God the Spirit come to live in men as a man among men. Through this act, he brought us closer to him, showing us that his power is not distant but deeply personal. He demonstrated that his presence is not limited to temples or mountaintops, but is found in the hearts of those who believe. The Incarnation was a pivotal moment marked by divine pronouncements that resonate to this day. In this same chapter 8, verse 6, the last sentence reads, "Many divine pronouncements were made at the Incarnation, just as they continue even today." This transformative act came at great cost. Imagine the second Holy Host chosen by God, enduring rejection, rebuke, and even physical abuse from those who could not see beyond their own expectations. In chapter 3, page 74, in 12 lessons and 52 chapters, God declares, "Whoever rejects or accepts me must do so once and for all, because indecision is bad." This is a stark reminder of the unwavering nature of God's will and the sacrifices required of those called to carry his work forward. Yet through these trials, the second Holy Host revealed God's steadfast love. His mission was not only to perform healing, but to challenge oppressive systems as seen in the declaration to abolish burdensome laws. "There is no stone that I shall leave on top of another." This proclamation made during the liberation of 17 African nations in the 1960s, namely Cameroon, Senegal, Togo, Mali, Madagascar, Congo, Somalia, Benin, Niger, Burkina Faso, Cote d'Ivoire, Chad, Central African Republic, Congo Brazzaville, Gabon, Nigeria, and Mauritania. Notable, Julius Nyerere of Tanzania, the then Tanganyika, was visited in 1961 and promised independence, which was achieved on December 9 of that year. This shows us that God's work is not confined to spiritual realms, but extends to every aspect of human life. This lecture would not be complete if we do not reflect on the reasons that the Incarnation did for humanity. It was a privilege to witness the works which were done by God in the 43 years in this vessel, whose voice went silent on the 6th of December 2003. We learned a lot during these years, as God had declared the reasons. The motive for God to be a human amongst human was to change the old habits in us so that we can live a holy and blessed life. God gives us further insight in the combined volumes, page 22, Amazwi kaNkulunkulu ebantwini. We read, "Umdali uvela elizweni ukuzathulisa abakhalayo, avuse abaleleyo, aphe abeswelayo lokho abangalakho, kanye lokubabusisa. Abangaboniyo babone, lalabo abangezwayo baphiwe izindlebe zokuzwa. Abangalalwazi bafundiswe, abagulayo belatshwe, labo abadiniweyo baqiniswe. Abalahlekayo babuyiselwe endleleni yeqiniso, okusinda abantu kususwe phakathi kwabo, kukanti ulaka luyabeka phezu kwalabo abangalaleliyo ngokungalandeli indlela yokuphila wokuthula." And loosely translated, loosely translated, the Creator appears to calm those who are in turmoil, awaken the sleeping, provide for the needy, and bless the unseeing with sight. He gives the deaf ears to hear, educates the unlearned, heals the sick, strengthens the weary, and restores the lost to the path of truth. The burdens of humanity are lifted, while wrath is directed at those who refuse to follow the way of peace. This passage encapsulates God's purpose in becoming human among humans. The greater purpose of God living as a man among humanity was to fulfill his redemptive plan, revealing his character and offering salvation to a broken world. Fully God and fully man, bridged the divine and human, providing an accessible understanding of God's love, holiness, and desire for a relationship with his creation. Brethren, As we reflect on these moments, let us bring the lessons closer to home. God's work through the second Holy Host was not abstract, it was deeply personal. I remember personally witnessing his teachings firsthand. These were not just principles, but daily practices that shaped our lives. The patience displayed to us was beyond measurable levels. We were taught the importance of time, as shown by the punctuality and consistency in attending services around the world, especially at headquarters in Bulawayo, Zimbabwe. Respect and humbleness given to congregates and elders was unmatched, as the elders were given the benefit of doubt to make decisions which God could have easily given. Declaration of peace amongst the congregates. As we all know, every time God stood to address us, the first words were Uthula Evangelist. This was done or proclaimed every time. This was emphasized and cultivated in the religion always. This is the time to reflect on those declarations and use them to our benefit. Planning was of paramount importance, as everything in Mwari was and is always planned well in advance. Cleanliness was shown through this vessel, as witnessed by the uniforms worn and the holy mounts and the surroundings. Let us consider the sacrifices made by the Holy Host family. Imagine a father who chose to dedicate himself entirely to God's mission, leaving little time for his own family. Their loss was our gain, and it is a sacrifice we must honor with our own commitment to this holy mission. The human life and family time were lost, as witnessed by the frequency of attending services and traveling around the world, while the Holy Host Mother took care of the family. In my life in Mwari, I have never heard of a time when the Holy Host took the family for a holiday or him taking a break from this holy work. Imagine the act of leaving one's work, which is a source of income for your family, to take up a duty which, when you assume, you face such resistance and rejection. Thus, through these actions of resistance, rejection, harassments, and beatings, God declared that he will never return amongst humankind and declare that he is God again. This was prompted by the horrible behavior and the hard-heartedness of humankind. Through the Incarnation, God taught us invaluable lessons that need a recap and deep reflection. God identifies with us by living as a man. He experienced our struggles and joys. He knows our pain, yet he remains sinless, offering a path to reconciliation and hope. God reveals his nature. The Incarnation made the invisible God visible. Through his teachings, compassion, and healing, he showed us his love, mercy, and righteousness. God's plans are eternal. His choices reflect his unchanging purpose. They remind us that our calling in him is secure and his will is perfect. There is a lot I could mention, but I'll leave the task to you to reflect on what you learned and witnessed during the 43 years living with God as a human among humans. As we reflect on the work of God through the second Holy Host, let us ask ourselves, are you one of those who are so hard-hearted that you do not adhere to God's proclamation and decrees? Are you aware that a lot of God's decrees and proclamations are yet to be fulfilled? Are you aware that in this religion you can and you will never work alone? Are you aware that all that is happening is God's will? The vision of Mwari as a religion is currently being held by the generation that saw God in his human form and should be taught to all mankind so as to ensure that this holy work reaches all who are in need of salvation. As we reflect on this day, the 6th of December 2003, what is it that you remember God said or did in front of your eyes or what you heard the voice say or declare in your own ears? What is it that God did for you while his voice was amongst us? What is it that was declared to you directly? This is a time to think deeply and find within your inner soul your purpose in this religion. Soldiers of God, we have been entrusted with a sacred mission, as the Second Holy Host often reminded us. I am teaching you so that you will teach others. The responsibility now lies with each of us to ensure that this holy work reaches all corners of the earth. Today, let us renew our commitment to spreading this message of love, peace, and redemption. Let us leave this place with a renewed purpose, witnessing to those in need, sharing hope with the weary, and living the teachings of our faith. As we do so, we honor the sacrifice of the Incarnate who walked among us, lived for us, and gave everything for our salvation. The Incarnate's life was a gift for you and me. Let us honor this gift by dedicating ourselves to God's work now and forevermore. Ngokungapheliyo.
Narini, Narini. Wow. What a wonderful presentation we've just had there. Whew. Elder Masvaure, your takeaways.
Hey, yeah. You see what we put on the program there that says in-depth insight. This is comprehensive. This is thorough, you know, and I see that one of the things that I enjoyed about this presentation is we're taking the scriptures, we're taking the lessons, you know, there's certain things that those who were there, you know, before 2003 are unpacking for us. Maybe one would not have really thought deeply about it. He spoke about time, the importance of time, importance of consistency, looking at the holy host of God. He spoke about sacrifice. And there's a lot of times in this religion where we're talking about let's sacrifice our time, let's sacrifice resources. Imagine a father who sacrificed for us, and even said, unfortunately, their gain, that sacrifice led to our gain, which I think really, if we think deeply about this teaching today, it's something that I think should really open up our eyes around how we should conduct ourselves and what this religion is all about. And I just want to share this, something I found interesting from chapter 13, Walking with God, on verse 7. I'm just going to read that verse because what came to my ears was just sweet words. And I want to just share what God says here. He says, the holy ones regard the truth said before them as real and holy. They are the same. There is no old or young. They always worship God and glorify Him. They do not despise each other. Their respect, clothing, and the words are sweet ointment to each one of them in their oneness. And I believe that today we are united by these teachings as they're coming through. And to you, preacher, what is your key takeaway?
You know, there's a lot, to be honest with you. There's a lot. You know, this knowledge, it just reminded me of that part which is in the combined volumes where God said you should take time and reflect and teach each other, like what those guys would do, what they do with the Bible studies. This is now how we should be doing it so that we could learn and learn and learn. But above all, that word, think deep. Think deep. This is the history that future generations want. We really need to think deep about it. Preacher Makhasa is a Guta Mwari member who grew up in Guta Mwari. I liked his presentation and everything. Please, audience, all the questions that you have, put it in the chat box, or if you would want to ask them when it's now question and answer segment, we can do so. Our next presenter, Elder Masvaure, can you introduce our next presenter?
Yes, preacher. Our next presenter, I'm sure you've been seeing the program, and it keeps getting better and better. And today is the day. We have preacher NC Maduke. She's going to talk about preservation of GRM history. Today, we've already started hearing a lot about the history, but she's going to go in depth and share the insights around preservation of GRM history. Over to you, preacher.
Uxolo kubavangeli abakhokheli la kuyinhlanganiso ebuthena lesi sikhathi. We are here gathered today to learn about the history of Guta Mwari. We have just learned from Preacher Sibanda of the history of Guta Mwari, of the proclamations that were made. So my duty right now is to educate us on how, maybe to educate or for us to discuss later, how we can preserve this history that we have just heard that has been delivered. My topic is the importance of preserving the history of Guta Mwari. Why do we need to preserve this history, if I may ask? We preserve history for posterity and perpetuity of the Guta Mwari religion. History serves as a bridge connecting generations. As we have heard, there are those youth members that were born after 2003, and they will rely on the history that has been recorded for them to make sense of the religion today. How then do we pass this information from one generation to another? Histories that has been taught to us at school, one of the common methods that we learned of was oral tradition. That is information being passed from one generation to another through word of mouth. However, the oral tradition, if unrecorded, loses accuracy and authenticity with the passage of time. Oral tradition was ideal when we had the privilege to interact with the chosen 12 families and others that joined Guta Mwari from Guta Jehovah and witnessed the crossover to Guta Mwari. Their accounts of the formation of the religion, that is this of Guta Mwari, had been taught to us and attracted us to Guta Mwari and to remain members after witnessing the transformation of our lives through the power of God in Guta Mwari. Soldiers of God, time belongs to God. People do not live forever. The world now has, say, about 7 billion people. Africa and Africans, the target of this religion, has about 1.3 billion people or so. How then are we going to communicate with all these people? God decreed that the world will know me through you. Therefore, the preservation of the history of Guta Mwari is not only important, but it is a holy duty for us to ensure that the great works of salvation are known world over and that the religion perpetuates. It cannot diminish, fade, nor weaken under our watch. We have been empowered through the written decrees, teachings in the standing orders as compiled, as well as 12 lessons and other various records. We are further empowered through the hymns in the hymn book and the handbook, which we have observed being amended over time. At the time decided by God, changes were made to the prayer and the hymn books to reflect what God desired for us and future generations. In particular, I mentioned the last amendments of the hymn book before the departure of God, and this shall last forever and ever. Preserving the religion. We are already practicing some of those methods of preservations through commemorations and celebrations. We celebrate or commemorate the 6th of December when the voice went silent amongst the children of the promise. The 25th of December, the departure of the first host of God. the Promise Festival, that is the return of God, the harvest, the choral competitions in remembrance of heroine Amailiza Tayali. The Holy Host shared with us his history and experiences to teach us resilience through the 12 lessons. Standing orders is miso. The future of the religion should be solid, and it is important that we read the standing orders for us to capture evidence for posterity. Testimonies that we share with the congregants on our daily services are records of great works done by God in Mwari. Documentary preservation in the form of all these documents that I have mentioned also include letters, diaries, and other official records. God taught us that we should record or write down teachings when they are being delivered, and said, oh, the mind cannot retain information accurately. Therefore, as I indicated earlier, oral tradition is not a reliable method of preservation of information, as a lot of accuracy will be lost from person to person, generation to generation. The Bible today is an example. God taught us that this book contains muddled history of accounts of God's works collected from various places. The Bible was written a long time after the events. This book, however, is relied upon in Christianity by generations and generations to this day. Through written teachings, original information is captured for use in the future. The combined volumes were compiled from teachings delivered by God during his time and the Holy Host, and thus they are authentic. We are fortunate to be bequeathed with the wealth of original information. It is then up to this generation and future generations to preserve this information, but it starts with us, as we were often taught, yithi amazibulo alo umsebenzi. The youth of today and those to come will require teachings to be delivered in a format that appeals to them, which then directs that the mode of delivery must be adapted to suit them. We are now living in modern times in the digital era. This is where our youth spend most of their time. Can we imagine the next generations to come? We are going to be in a different phase of life, a totally advanced generation who, without authentic records, will not be easy to educate or to convince. This generation is fortunate to have among us a few remaining elders who were present at the significant stages of this religion, some as far back as during the period of God in the first host. The time is now to record their experiences and accounts by interviewing and recording those experiences for the future generations. Efforts to preserve archaeological artifacts are ongoing through the Mwari Centenary Museum that is under construction in Nyazura. The world will converge upon Nyazura to learn about the miraculous works done by God. The museum will allow for digital and physical preservation of documents, videos, audios, images, and other materials to ensure long-term availability. It is the main aim of the museum to collect, preserve all the artifacts used by the Holy Host and to provide access to historical documents and records for the future generations and visitors of the museum wishing to understand the Mwari religion. In this regard, Nyazura will be the center of attraction for Mwari for generations to come, as visitors will have the opportunity, after touring the museum, to go and see firsthand the place where the holy vessel was interred. We are informed that the design of the canopy encapsulates features informed by directives given to Evangelist J.B. Tayali by the Holy Host. I therefore take this opportunity to call upon all of us, all congregants, who may have in their possession any artifacts that can be collected and exhibited at the museum. Donating the artifacts will enable their preservation through application of appropriate storage methods as guided by experts in the curation of the museum. Some of the items may be deteriorating whilst in our care due to inappropriate storage. The artifacts that we are calling for include videos taken during various times at various places, photographs, audio recordings, utensils, and furniture used by the Holy Host. There is now technology and means to convert old cassettes, video recordings that we used to play in the video decoders, the VCRs at that time, into model digital storage. Therefore, let us not hesitate to bring forth what we may have. I call upon the committee responsible for the curation of the museum to relaunch the call for artifacts and to cast the net wider to all those branches that were visited by the Holy Host and to all congregants that were healed by the Holy Hand. We acknowledge the Gutaramari website as well as social platforms that soldiers of God are utilizing to share testimonies with the world. By also these means, the history of Gutaramari is being preserved. The history of Gutaramari cannot be complete without the mention of the mother of the Holy Mount. God decreed that ibizoleli kalingakhohlakali. It is another standing order to ensure that the history of Gutaramari is told in its entirety, hence the annual choral competitions, and more recently, the establishment of the Tayali Foundation. In preserving the history of the religion, the holy shrine where the body of the Holy Host lies was constructed and officially opened in 2004. The holy shrine is currently being upgraded to erect a canopy to shield the holy place from the elements of weather. This, congregants, is another way of preserving its authenticity. We are privileged, therefore, to have in our midst Holy Host family members and chosen 12 families from whom we can learn other aspects of the religion that may not be recorded. Before I conclude my presentation, I would wish to ask all of us in attendance, what role are you playing to preserve the history of Gutaramari? What efforts are you undertaking to ensure that this religion is perpetuated? Are you sharing your testimonies to encourage new and old members to remain steadfast in Gutaramari, or are you tearing down the religion? Are you involved in the museum construction? Are you willing to donate artifacts in your possession and promote museum exhibitions? Are you involved in the upgrade of the Holy Shrine? Soldiers of God, remember that the preservation of this religion is a collective effort, and it requires all of us together. Together, we can do it. And just to touch on what Preacher Sibanda indicated, that we have to sacrifice ourselves, sacrifice
Can we have the device that is on to be muted? Thank you.
We have to sacrifice ourselves and our time and resources towards these projects. I will conclude by stating one of the decrees where God said, "Yenza umsebenzi wami, mina ngizoyenza owakho. Do my work and I will do yours." I conclude this presentation with those words. Over to you, moderators. Ngokungapheliyo.
Lanini. Wow. If you are not writing anything, I really am capturing a lot, and I really encourage everybody to be doing the same. There's a lot that has been said, and there's something which is recurring here, oneness, sacrifice. And there are a couple of questions that have been asked there by Preacher. What role are you playing to preserve the history? What actions are you taking? Are you testifying, or are you tearing down the religion? There's a lot that has been shared, Preacher, and I just want to give a highlight to something that was said, and I believe that it's very important. And what was shared here is regards to oral tradition. A lot of things were said. From 1961 to 2003, there's a lot that was said, and a lot has been written down, and we're now privileged to be reading our 12 lessons and 52 chapters. We're so privileged now to have something that has been translated and written down for each and one of us as a way of understanding the religion. There's now so much more that we can do that was highlighted. We've got the museum. That is definitely part of preserving the history. There's just a whole lot more that was said. And you know what? I feel like this presentation today really demonstrates that insight, that in-depth insight that a lot of people have been asking for. Preacher Chakanza, your take on this?
Thank you very much there, Elder Masvaure. The emphasis, what are we doing for future generations? How can we make sure that the vision is seen? What we saw, they didn't see it. Imagine that child was born 2003, or say, let's just start from year 2000, because a 3-year-old doesn't really know what's happening from year 2000 going forward. How will they know that history? The presentation from Preacher Maduke there, she has just enlightened us that we need to take serious. We need to be serious, like what you have said, the artifacts, the oral and stuff like that. And she has even challenged us, let's start now recording those who were there, who are still here, so that this information, future generations will get to access it. Technology is there. It's quite simple these days, but we have to appreciate the use of technology so that our kids, when they grow up, even their kids and grandchildren, they will not be able to start digging like what those Christianity guys are doing. They are rushing, trying to dig for information. Yeah, I would like to acknowledge what Evangelist Makhasa said in Nyazura recently over the weekend. He said, the Christians, it's almost 2024 years. But there's also a mix-up which we as Guta, we need to guard against. He said, 2024, Jesus Christ, the incarnate of God, was working in the Jewish area. But those who now took upon the Christianity, it's a different tribe. So we also need to guard against our history and be able to share it as how we were taught, not how someone is going to interpret it. So we will really praise God. Like what she said, now it's my duty and your duty to make sure that we do God's work. We praise God for that.
Before you introduce the next speaker, preacher, I also just want to challenge ourselves. She did mention that God decreed umhlaba uzakuba ngazi ngani, and she said this is a holy duty. So the question is, what am I doing? What are you doing, preacher? What is everybody doing around this holy work to make sure that the world knows about God? So it's just a challenge. That's what I'm leaving to everybody. But I would like you, preacher, to just share with us who's our next presenter.
Thank you very much. What a big challenge. We failed to acknowledge that preacher NC Maduke is a member of Guta who grew up in Guta, and also she is the chairperson of the development which is happening in Nyazura in regards to the Centenary Museum. So please feel free to engage here and equip her with all the information, the proposals, the suggestions that you think would make a collection of history be of higher standing. Please, let's try to do that. Our next speaker, also someone who grew up in Guta, someone who was also involved in trips with God, working as I don't know how could say Mukomana ifamba nengara. How could you translate that, preacher, in Ndebele? How would you translate that?
Hey,
Elder Sentufe, be on the standby. Elder Sentufe, be on the standby to give Setswana. Mukomana ifamba nengara. What do you say, you in Ndebele?
Ufano ihamba lomkhumbi.
Elder Sentufe.
Umbijaha balihamba lomkhumbi.
Yes.
Preacher.
I see their gadgets are not muted. Just that translation. I'm sure they're going to give us that translation. Yes.
Umfana wayehamba
Yes, umfana wahamba ngomkhumbi. In
um ka Setswana ke le ka wana le nne le buledisa kana le tsamaya le skepe.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the Tswana translation. And also, the next speaker was also involved in working closely in the writing of the 12 lessons and some of the duties which were given to them as they were growing up. He's going to give us a very insightful presentation on the key traits we can learn from the host of God. The key traits we can learn from the host of God. When we were trying to look for a presenter for this, we decided to look for someone who was working closely with God so that he could enlighten us, the experiences, what they learn, and what we could learn, especially as we are looking at the 43 years, the insight and in-depth. We are going to introduce Evangelist Makhasa, C. Makhasa, to give us the presentation.
Uxolo kubavangeli abakhokheli inhlanganiso yonke ezofunda izwisisa ngokholo lwethu ngalesi sikhathi. Yes, bangicelile ukuthi ngikhulume njalo bathi ngikhulume ngesilungu. I'm a storyteller. It's easier in the vernacular. But for the benefit of our children and everyone who is here, I'll try. I know Preacher Maduke spoke about oral tradition. Today, for the last time, I just give some oral tradition, storytelling, because the previous speakers have already dwelt with what I'm going to talk about. But I'll just give examples so that we understand better what has already been elaborated. The traits, the attributes, the characteristics which we learned and noticed during the that opportunity when we were close to the host of God. I would like to start with dedication. The host of God put God's work first, sacrificing a lot in the process. He accepted and embraced the assignment, totally committed to it. He had no social time, dedication his life to the service of others. He practiced what he taught. We can all testify who were fortunate enough to work close to the Incarnate, the host of God. He attended service every day without fail and on time, always. He was never off duty or on holiday like we've already heard. Healing sessions will take a long time because that time the headquarters had a lot of congregants and he was never complaining. After that, there will be the consultation in the Holy of Holies. It also took a lot of time, especially Sundays, because there will be congregants from out branches coming to present their cases. And even at times, you'll find that the Holy of Holies, the consultation will come from morning service, maybe for another 2 hours, close to the next afternoon service. You will not go back to the mount. You will stay. That was the dedication and committed to God's work. He was very committed to the development of Mwari literature. Yes, this one, I'm very passionate about it because I was given an opportunity to work on it. If time allows, I'll find best to talk about that. He wants hands-on on literature. Despite his advancing age and ailing health, he never slowed down. We know the family was concerned, the leadership was concerned, but he told all that the Spirit wanted to work. Let me just pick up three instances in 2003. At Matter Day, the medical team After having assessed his condition, they recommended that he take some rest because they knew the type of work he was doing. It was taxing for someone who was in his 83 years. The Spirit insisted on him working, and he continued with his spiritual duties. That is commitment. Someone, if they've got a headache right now, they'll say, no, let me sleep. Some other people attend service. He had no time for that, despite the discomfort it was causing. And when he was admitted, getting medical treatment at Milk Park in South Africa, Johannesburg, we hear that there was a congregant who was coming from Botswana. He was an official. He got healing. Imagine the host of God was at Milk Park for his own treatment regime. But he had the time, the love, the commitment to do God's work. He had to go and heal someone who was not feeling well. On the 4th of October, that is the last day most congregants saw him when he came from South Africa to Bulawayo, that famous convoy from the airport to the Mount. And it was for the first time most congregants were seeing how the situation was, his mental state, his health state. They were worried. But despite all that, he made time to go to Mater Dei Hospital to visit Chairman Malunga, was admitted there, and he administered hand healing. What commitment and dedication are we looking for? Right. What I would say is the trademark, punctuality. He was ever punctual for service, like I've said, and great emphasis was given on time management. During service, if you were the chairperson or whoever was on duty, you needed to know that service started in time, and it's a tradition which continues up to now. We are not like other places where you have to wait for some people to come in or wait for the preacher or whoever, the leader to come into the congregation to start the congregation. In Mwari, when it's time for the service to start, it starts. And he was very strict on service duration. And I remember, because he will always come after this, the evangelist giving the summary, it will be the host of God giving the standing orders. So if the service took long, he was conscious of time. He will either give a brief sermon or none at all, because time had run out. So it was a duty for those who were chairing, those on duty, to make sure that everything is held within that 1 hour. May we try to go back to that. It will help the discipline. It will come even to our children. They will learn the proper thing. Even the speakers, they used to stick to the allocated time limits. Let's revive that. Of course, we're doing it, but we could do better. I remember one incident during healing service, after healing had been pronounced. The ladies, they quickly went to the chair, but on the men's side, because the protocol waiting for the evangelist to go to the chair, but they were taking time. So when eventually they went to the chair for healing, God said the men are not interested. They took their time to come to the healing chair. So healing will continue for the ladies. That is the emphasis. Whenever the healing time is called, please let's make it fast. We should always remember that God wanted these things done on time, because he didn't want people to spend the whole day at Guta. Even the announcements after service, they to be brief so that consultation in the Holy of Holies will commence without delay. If the announcement were prolonged, it would actually come from the Holy of Holies and talk to the elders on stage there to tell whoever was on stage that they were taking time. The priority was the healing of congregants. But another thing, like you've already said, on those trips, having been the escort boy who would be assigned for the trip, there was strict adherence to times for trips. If the trip was for 5:30 in the morning, 5:30 was departure time. So that would mean most probably the driver will be there around 10 past, quarter past, then he moves the ark to the position so that when God comes, he just gets into the ark. Then as the boy, the responsibility was to make sure the bags were packed in the car, whatever was supposed to be going. If it had not already been in the ark, we just do make sure that. Then you wait for God to come. Once he was there, you open the door for him. Then when he got into the ark, the boy will close the ark, then will take his place, then the ark will leave. So normally he will come out of the mount using that door closest to the gate, the launch area. One time, as he was coming, where all the participants were already in the ark. So as we were waiting for him to get in, there was someone who was late on that particular day. He was just also coming in. But you remember, when you see God walking, you have to stop. So here was a dilemma. The elder had to stop, wait, thinking, okay, now what do I do? Do I walk as God is walking towards the ark, or I stop? Then he had to stop, which made sense. But the moment God got into the ark, we closed the door. I wasn't sure whether to take my position or to wait, but I could tell it was best to get in, then get an instruction. So I got in, closed the door, the driver instructed to go. And this was not just an elder, it was an evangelist. He was an evangelist. And yeah, so those were the things. Time was very important, and time is very important. The other attribute I would like to share, I know all of us have witnessed that, especially our generation, parents, those who are lucky enough to be available to meet God face to face. There was this atmosphere which was created in the Holy of Holies. The welcome, every time there was a smile, and you felt at ease. You will feel you are so special. You will think maybe no other person is this special to God, because he will make you laugh, he will listen to you. He was so kind. He was so gentle, and everyone felt free to say whatever was bothering them. That was the environment. So maybe wherever we are, in whatever position and duties we play, let us be kind. Let us make the next person feel free to confide in us, to ask the way forward. I will say, without fear of contradiction, there was no favoritism. Everyone was treated equally. It's a trait which should be paramount in whatever we do. I remember there were some instances where the host of God will visit some sick congregants, either at their homes or at the hospital. It's not everyone, of course, but I remember one or two instances where, without even advance notice, they'll see the ark by the gate. And once he's got there, whoever was not well will get hand healing, and he will go back. There was no time for discussion. His time was for the work of God, the salvation of the universe. I remember those who were on duty, especially the elders on Holy Ark Youth, since I said it used to take a long time. And the ark driver will always be there until the ark was over so that he could take God back to the mount. He used to offer them refreshments. It could be cool drinks or whatever he had, because he was considerate. He thought of others ahead of himself. We were taught at one time during the Isitembiso how he used to visit his brother who stayed in Mzilikazi. Family was important. Despite this punishing schedule, he still had time for family. to go and visit, although they were not members of Mwari. And we also heard that whenever he was in Zura, he took time to visit and assist wherever. We can attest to this even during the groundbreaking ceremony for the museum. Community leadership, the respect and love they had for him. It shows what a person he was. He had love for everyone, respect for everyone. We know even some children, he assisted with their school fees, but then that one I'll leave to them to say it whenever they are free to talk about that. But it's a reality which we faced. Two incidents in my life when in my formative years in Mwari really touched me because it has already been explained. Being in the literature and having to take trips with God, I got close to Abadala. And that time I was a teacher at a nearby school. You know, it was easy to interact with them. There was last word Cruzito. We know him in the history. He led the revolt against God in 1961, and it took years wherever he was, Guta Jehovah. Then in the 90s, he came back. So when he wanted to come back, obviously the first port was to talk to the chosen 12 members who were there. And they were not sure how the reception was going to be. I remember I was just sitting with them, they were discussing, you know, as a youth, you always sit there, you hear, but you don't comment. So they were like, so what's happening? Evangelist was there, a senior. I said, let's go and tell Mopi that Roses wants to come back. And the others will say, are you sure of what you want to do? Then he stood up. You know, Evangelist was there was like that. He wouldn't think twice about just going. Then he went to the Holy Ark. And this Batala remained. They said, I think he has made a mistake. So he was in there briefly. Then when he came out, God was following him. And now this Batala said, now he's caused a problem. We don't even know what is going to happen. Then he called the Batala. They went there. The next thing, they had on stage, they had a discussion. The following days, Rosizo came. Despite what he had done in the 1960s, he was welcome. Of course, God said he should tell the congregation about the beating, about what he had done. This was collaborating the history we had gone to know over the years, but now it was from someone who had actually done the deed. He was accepted as a member of Mwari, and every time I was going on stage, you feel sorry for him because you could tell it still haunted him what had happened in 1961, but he was received. That is love of the utmost. And another one, it involved the chosen 12 members, Machisenge, Evangelist Machisenge. We all know he was a member of Mwari until a certain time. Then he stopped coming. There were reasons which I won't discuss in this forum for now. But for years, he remained outside there without coming to Mwari until he passed on. So when he passed on, again, Evangelist Alzera went into the Holy of Holies to advise God that Machisenge has passed on. I remember it was midweek services because I used to attend those during lunch hour because my workplace was close to Guta. So God came and said, manzwa here kuti gamba rataka yambuka naro ranyarara. Ngatiwe full military honors. Have we heard that a hero who closed with us in 1961 has gone to his rest? We have to give him full military honors. It was midweek. There were just few people who were there. I remember phoning my colleagues, just advising them of what had happened. And that's when they started looking for his wife, Evangelist Machisenge. I know most of us are familiar with Ugogo Machisenge. Now the leadership to run around looking for her so that the congregation could assist. This is someone who has not been coming to Mwari for years, but God's love is enduring. He had time for them. One, as humans, we thought he was an outcast. To God, God is love. The next aspect I would like us to look at, it is close to what we have just spoken about. I know these subtopics, that are so similar. Don't worry if you find one item coming instead of coming the other, it is becoming overwhelming. Respect. Everyone was respected, notwithstanding one's age. I had the opportunity to escort God when I was still young. And the brief you are given when you are going to escort God is that you are going to be the assistant. Whatever God needs, like carrying his bags, whatever he asks you to do, you run and do those. It was a privilege. But we never told to run or jump. We'll be asked, Mkomana, mungagona here kuti munotitorera something motikari. It's like, young man, do you think you can go and fetch my bag from the ark? There was never a day where I heard him saying, boy, I want my bag now. There was never like that conversation. It was very respectful. I'll talk from the youth because I was a youth then. With the elders, the respect was even higher. There was no shouting, like I said, always a gentle voice was used. You will politely ask before assigning one to do a task. Do we have that ability, ladies and gentlemen? Let's try to be gentle to each other. People are suffering a lot. There's mental health, there's this and that. So a gentle voice will help them. Respect for authority was very paramount. I remember when there were gatherings, he will check with leadership if necessary permission for the gathering had been obtained. Beside being at headquarters, our branch where our parents were was Escodini. So there was a time when God to visit Escodini, he will always ask, do the police know you'll be gathering? Are the healthy people aware? Because he was a health person. Once a health person, always a health person. He was so much into details. That was his respect for authority. He also encouraged use of proper communication channels at all time. For instance, some people come from the branches and report whatever they will report in the Hall of Art. You will ask them, is the Secretary General aware? Have you reported to him? Respect for hierarchy was emphasized at all times. So it is even important at this juncture to try to respect hierarchy. It will help avoid unnecessary squabbles. And especially with people coming from different sides, it is important to have an entry point, which is undoubtable. I remember one time when there was a trip to the Goldwayo branch. It was during morning service. Now, by that time, the branch was still within the Jengwa family homestead, not outside like where there's the branch now. So as the service was, when God came into the prayer, remember he will come after the text reader is introduced the topic. So when he came, just before healing, he lifted his face and asked the Badala were there, what's happening there? They said there is a funeral. Then he asked if the branch elders had gone to the funeral. They said they were going to attend after the service. He said that did not show respect and compassion. The elders should go immediately and be with the rest of the community. He then, led the singing of hymn 5 verse 2. And some elders left for the burial. It was a brief statement, but it was very loaded. Compassion for others. I'll tell you of one incident which also shows respect protocol. Evangelist Mkhitiga, the late, we know him, especially for those who have been consistent with chorals. was a Holy Ark driver for some years. Then his niece got married into the host family. I think she's here. Oh, yes. Because of this new relationship, Evangelist S. Mkitiga was relieved of his duties out of respect. He said, now these are my in-laws. He can't be driving me. But we're talking of God. Despite being God of the universe, he had to respect. Humility. He lived a simple, humble life despite the power which dwelt in him. He subjected himself to the laws of the country. I remember one time when we were coming from a trip in Botswana, we were escorting, at the border post, at the Botswana side, they always make sure that he didn't come out of the ark, they will stamp, or even the whole crew, they will just take the passport and they'll get them stamped. On this particular day, on the Zimbabwean side, Plumtree, the immigration officer demanded to see him in person instead of stamping the passport like they used to do as well in Zimside. Despite negotiation from the elders, the immigration officer stood his ground. Then, because what will happen when the others were going to stamp, I will remain maybe as escort. Then when they come, then I'll go and stamp my passport. Then he asked me, what's happening? What's delaying? Then the driver came, he told us what was happening. He told God that they wanted him. So what's the problem? Let me go. Then when he go, those who know Plumtree border post, I'm not sure, but still it's the same setup. So the person who had God's passport was on the first floor, not on the ground. And the voice of God was standing outside the building, looking up. And this guy was asking questions. What's happening? How old are you? And he was just looking up there, politely responding. And he didn't really go well with leadership. They thought he was very arrogant. But God didn't show any unhappiness. He said the man was just doing his job. That is the person we're talking about, humility. On another trip, remember, again, I'm going to talk about Kapi. There used to be, later years, there used to be two. There will be the ark and the second vehicle carrying the elders who are going to teach. And that vehicle used to be the Venture Evangelist Sibanda. So Evangelist Sibanda, AMP Sibanda was already seated in the escorting vehicle. So what will happen is that those in the escorting vehicle will also take their position so that when God comes, the only person who will be outside will be the boy who's escorting. Once God gets in, we close the door, then the boy jumps in. But on this particular day, instead of God heading straight to the ark, he went to the second vehicle. So, at times you fail to read the signs, what it means. So I followed. Then he said to Evangelist Vanda, Evangelist lihleli kahle yini lapho? Mbona zani liminyene, you are squashed. Evangelist Vanda said, no, I'm okay, God. God said, no. Let's move to the ark, then the boy will take your position here. He was very considerate. He realized even they are humans, he didn't want them to feel uncomfortable. So Evangelist Vanda ended up in the ark where he could sit properly and have more space. With occasions when the Zimbabwe vice president, at one time, Joshua Nkomo came to the headquarters, the respect he was given, of course, he sat on the stage, and when he got in, the congregation, like protocol, they stood up, God also stood up, but was standing up for a human being. The same thing happened when the Vice President Simon Mzenda was at White City Stadium during his term. So he was shown that type of respect, social standing. Then God would actually stand up and shake their hands. He realized people needed to be egos pampered. Will do that without any problem. Then attention to details. He was very organized in doing his work. He stuck to a certain order in whatever he was doing. If we were to bring his bag into the Hall of Holies, there was a specific position to put it. If 2 bags were to be brought in, you needed to know which one to put where. And he had a bell which he used to communicate. For instance, in service, people remember, if a speaker had taken long, that bell will be rung to indicate to the speaker that time was up. There was no shouting. During the Holy of Holies consultation, the bell will sound to call either the elder on duty or the caretaker. And you know that if it rings once, it means it's for who. If it means it rings twice, it's for who. So we had to be alert, but that was very good communication. Even when you were on trips, the same bell would be used, and there was a different code for the boy or for the ARC driver. That is the attention to detail. If there was a forthcoming trip, for instance, in 2 weeks' time, there will be a trip maybe to Narira or to Matopo, the ARC driver and the escorting team will be announced in the service well in advance so that they prepare. And the receiving branch will also be alerted in advance. When a team was presenting a program, for instance, we'll go into the Hall of Holies to present the birthday program with the coordinator. He will look at the card numbers. He insisted that card numbers should be on all duty rosters. And he was very specific on timelines in the program. You want to know, okay, we are starting at 1 o'clock. So what time should the ARC be by the 10 off, main road 10 off? What time are you expecting me to be in the prayer hall? And once in the prayer hall, what's going to happen? He wanted to know everything, the detail. The detailing was very important to him. So I think we also need to do that to improve on the detailing in our program. And I also used, I think most of you used to notice, there was that diary which was at the right top corner there. Normally, where they will write the choir roster. If someone was on duty, who's supposed to be on duty, was not on duty, didn't turn up, coach used to take that diary. I'll know that because I used to work with Evangelist Makhasa on helping him with the duty roster for HQ. So whoever was on duty, I'll know today who is on duty, who is not on duty. You do that, meaning the duty is very important. So whenever you're on duty, you are on duty, please let's go take our duties so that the service goes according to the program. Smartness, he was very smart and well kept at all times. I had the rare opportunity to see him in uniform and in civil. In all instances, he was very presentable. He brought that respect. You'll be awaited how you look at all times. Even if you got into the Hall of Holies, the setup shows there was order, there was neatness in it at all times. Of course, we know there are a lot of people who were to work to get that in place, but it was by his instruction. I remember one time I was talking about Gosama Sunda, saying Gosama Sunda, I always noticed that Gosama Sunda was the one who would drive God, the host of God, outside their service times. Maybe he's going to town or whatever. He was not coming to Guta. And someone said, no, the reason why Gosama Sunda was given that responsibility was Gosama Sunda was very smart. He was also very smart in Gosama Sunda. So God liked smartness because that's why in the Eastern orders we are taught cleanliness is close to godliness. And he was very, even the congregants, he taught ukuthi abantu bengagqoka amakaliko begqoka izembatho ezinhle ezilohlonzi so that umhlaba ubone ubuhle beGuta Mwari ngezembatho. And we also insisted on members keeping their receipts and membership cards presentable. Bathwale ngagcini njengentebe ikhadi kumbe receipt izibe emnyama. You cannot overemphasize on smartness. Growth and development. He wanted the work of salvation to spread to all corners of the world. Most branches had holy messengers so that they could be close to the people who were further from the headquarters. so that they could get healing. Outreach trips, he embarked on a number of outreach trips to go to various branches so that healing and all what was affecting people could be resolved. He encouraged the branches to construct prayer halls instead of congregating at people's places like you used to do, and some few branches are still doing that, but the emphasis was on development. At one time, I remember some branches were busy with construction, but they were struggling with cash flow. He gave funds, not from development fund, from Gomo, offerings to help branches like the headquarters, the extension, Harare, Godwayo, Narira, Habiron, amongst others. We also noticed the work done Nyazura Bridge, which has made traveling to Nyazura much easier, because without that bridge, it was during the rainy season, it was difficult to access. We had to go up to Rusabe times. And in Nyazura Estembi, so 2000 structures, remember, these are structures which show development, emphasis on development and growth. Another area which was dear to him was youth development. He encouraged integration of the youth in Mwari activities and assigned the youth to lead in birthday celebration. There was one Tembi, so where the youth were tasked to lead, but that was a once off. The inclusion of youth members in committees at the headquarters. Our generation were fortunate to be included in the number of committees. Like I was part of the literature committee, and the other youth were also integrated fundraising and the rest, showing that the youth have a role to play in Mwari. And a few lucky ones, I know I can see some are here, were Holy Ark drivers while they were still youth members, showing that God knew that the youth had a role to play. In Francistown, 6 September 2003, the proclamation, Evangelist Kilibe Mang always highlighted so clearly the importance of the youth to God's program. Okay, I think we'll close. Utaramwari literature. I was involved in literature, and the literature we treasure now was initiated by the Host of God in the 1960s. And these were initially handwritten on these faint double pages where you put the carbon paper. You will write whatever teaching, they will be written and kept in that book. Even the 12 lessons, it was written originally handwritten, then it was compiled into the first edition. From that, those handwritten lessons, you see, there was so much time put into that. Imagine handwritten, everything. The standing orders were initially handwritten, like I've already said. Then Evangelist Sibanda was given the top copies of that because there was carbon copy, so that they could be typed and then read to the congregation. So initially, those papers were given, maybe 1 or 2 page documents, they'll be given to congregants. Later, then they were compiled into the standing order books, as we know them, volume 1 to 6. And what happened was that whatever standing order was written, God will check it first, confirm that everything was in order, then it could be sent for printing and publishing. There was a lot of work he did for the literature. I got involved in the review of the 12 lessons, first edition to second edition, with the opportunity to earn every page because we'd given instruction on what to review and give our proposal. Every time we go into the Holy of Holies with whatever, maybe lesson 1, 2 pages, on some days you look at them and give us back. The other time we'll say, come and get them tomorrow. He was thorough. He made sure he checked everything, made the corrections, and allowed us to proceed with whatever. It was taxing because at times we'll do this after we come from work. That is on Thursdays, after Janet service, You wait for us from service, after service, so that from work I get there, Evangelist will always be there. Then we work on that. It was a tiresome exercise, but he never complained, he never tired. Preacher Maduke was talking about evolution of technology as we are going to have in the museum. So I was looking at my archives and I picked up these. These were the in thing during our time. I don't know what I'm at discount. But then we need to, the future generation will have a better way of storing technology information. The museum is a good starting point, but we need to make it live. We have to give them enough information so that the project saves generations to come. Yes, I've said so much. It's been a long presentation. I said I'm a storyteller. You too have a story to tell. The moderators will give you a chance to say something. May God bless.
Lanini. Hey. I don't even know what to say. Only to say, all glory be to God. And just a summary of some of the things I picked up. I'm sure many picked up a lot of things. Sacrifice, love, dedication, commitment, consistency, kindness, time management, no favoritism. There was no young, no old, rich, poor, black, white. Everyone was shown love, forgiveness, compassion, respect, attention to detail. I can go on and on and on about what we've just had. Siyadumisa uNkulunkulu ngemfundiso ejule kangaka esuka kuma-presenters ethu amathathu. And now, from what I've just heard, the question is, how am I applying this to my life? Because this was exemplary leadership, an exemplary lifestyle, simple, humble, showing humility at all times. I don't know, Preacher Chakanza. I don't know what else to say. Ngaphandle kokuthi ngidumisa uNkulunkulu ngemfundiso ejule kangaka. Your thoughts, your take.
Elder Masvaure, very insightful presentation we've just heard from our presenters. You know, I think this is the basis which can make the religion unshakable. We really, really, really need to spend time and be digging into this information. It can help us today. It's going to help the future generations. We really praise God for that. Because of time, I don't think I would want to be commenting on this. Because of time, we are going to take questions, about 5 or 6 questions, before we get into the main speaker of the day. Before we get to the main speaker of the day, please feel free to quickly put your questions to the 3 speakers in the chat box. Then we could quickly ask them. We praise God for presentation from Preacher Sibanda, who presented about incarnation and God's intention to living as a human amongst humans. And we also had another presentation from Preacher Maduke, the importance of keeping Guta Mwari history preservation. And we also had the key traits which we can learn from the host of God by Evangelist Makhasa. Elder Masvaure, please, you can be picking the next question. I'll ask one question, then you can be picking the other question. This question is directed to Preacher Maduke, which is coming from Bitsang, from Preacher Bitsang. She's saying, Just a thought of how records are at risk of fabrication and distortion. How are we going to deal with such risks? How are we going to deal with such risks? Preacher Maduke, you can take that question.
Thank you for the opportunity to respond. This is the essence of the very reason why we are holding these lectures and requesting and emphasizing that all the information that we have, particularly from those that witnessed the events, that this information be recorded live. If we have the audio recordings, it is almost safe to use in the future. Written, yes, but backed with audios would save us. However, the era we are living in, again, this is the digital era, we have the AI coming into the play. It's also a challenge, as we have seen people playing around with people's photos or photo shooting and all those kind of shenanigans, to suit whatever message that they wish to present at a particular time. So these are the issues that we should deliberate on and talk about, so that as we continue to teach our youth, we have the authentic history. So we need to guard against those. So we have to be calling on experts in that field, in cyber technology, to assist us to preserve whatever information that we have gathered authentic. So it is a risk. Preacher Bisang is correct. We are alive to it, but we need to safeguard by having the interviews, audios and live live recordings and interviews in real time, such that going forward, we can play those videos, we can play those audios to whoever may be trying to distort the future, to distort the history. Thank you.
Just as a follow-up question, Preacher Maduke, you were calling for artifacts, you were calling for specific things that were used in that time or things that could be found in branches. Well, maybe I as Preacher Chakanza would say, I like my photo. I don't want it to part away with me. What would you say to that person, that type of person, in terms of sharing, but at the same time knowing that he's not going to be taken away forever?
Modern technology allows for that, Preacher. You can scan your photo and keep it in soft copy, or you can scan and share with us the scanned version. It still works.
That's good. Thanks very much. So it's an encouragement to those who've got pictures. Feel free to get them scanned, then you can be given back your picture. It's very, very, very important. Elder Masvaure, any questions? Are you picking any questions?
I see a lot of comments around how this has been truly informative, insightful, wonderful presentations, and how these stories we need more of these, especially for our youth. But I will not dwell much on the comments, looking at our time. There was also a request, or rather a question: is it possible to recirculate Evangelist Makhasa's presentation? That's one. Second of all, Evangelist Makhasa mentioned that, the youth used to have, they were taking part a lot in some of the things that were happening in Guta, and we still see that now. But the question that is there, he even gave an example of he was in the literature committee and taking part in some of these important roles. Is this something that is still happening? How can the youth be involved? We spoke about technology and how things are changing, and we know that a lot of young people are into these things now. How can they be involved either in preserving the history or taking part in such committees that are making some of these decisions, or reviewing literature, for example? Is there an opportunity for them to and what are some of those steps that they need to take. Maybe I can just give that to, first of all, Evangelist Makhasa on that aspect of the youth and how they can be involved. And then the one for technology, how they can also take part in the preservation of history with regards to them being aware of the in things now, AI, and various aspects of tech. Over to you, Evangelist. I see you are on mute.
Thank you so much, Mkhokheli Masvaure and the team. Maybe because being one who really benefited from that arrangement, we encouraged the youth to participate. And we are very proud of our youth, especially with the museum committees. Most of the youth are actively involved, and we are calling out all the youth with their special skills and expertise to come forward and play their role. If you look at our International Youth Conference for this year, we were calling on the youth to realize that they should stop thinking that they are the leaders for tomorrow. Tomorrow leadership starts today. So my call is to the branches, please open space for them. In South Africa, I know projects, they're running with the main projects team. Whatever committees there, we have them involved. That is how we can help. Even at the international level, let's involve them. Let's guide them. It's easier for them to learn directly from us because they cannot wait for that future. Let them start now. That's all I could say.
Wow, Udumo Umdali Mvangeli for that response. There's no, I like that statement about there's no leaders of tomorrow. It starts now. And they being involved in so many activities in Gutaramari, that is going to help them even to understand the religion better, and for them to be able to confidently, tell the world about Gutaramari and the power. I don't see any more questions here. My co-moderator.
Yes, Elder Masvaure, I have a question for Preacher Sibanda, M. Sibanda. His presentation was targeted on God's intention of living as a human amongst humans, and he did narrate quite a lot why God decided to come to live amongst us as humans. But, children or those who were born after, they would want to know, then why did God decided not to return again? Why is it God decided not to return again? Here there are good things why God decided to come and live with us as a human amongst humans. But also you now get to have a statement which comes again, we're saying, no, I'm not going to return. Maybe from his research, could he assist us for the benefit of the young, those who or didn't really get much of information, to have a better understanding? Thank you.
Thank you, Preacher Makhasa, Chakanza. As I had mentioned earlier on, the Holy Host, the second Holy Host of God, went through a lot, which I personally feel no individual would have actually gone through that. Remember when God departed on the 25th of December in 1960, God had promised the congregates that he was going to return after 40 days. Such is the norm in human beings, I would say, that there are expectations which people have. You expect that if this comes back, it's going to happen this way, it's going to come to so and so. But then God is his own way to do things. And at times, this teaches us the least people we expect things from, God would raise those people. His dedication in this work is the one which raised him to the level, a heavenly level, which was bestowed upon him by God. And the people then were against what happened. A lot of people, over the 43 years, we're taught of the hard-heartedness of people. People were angry. They were so much frustrated because the expectations did not come out the way they'd looked upon. So there was violence to the extent that God was physically attacked. There's a tooth which was broken out of those scuffles. He spent the night without shoes. He was chased away by the congregates then until he was helped the next morning. We remember when he asked certain girls who were around there what had happened. If you asked them if they knew what had happened, and they were like, they didn't know, they didn't care with what happened. Someone had to bring the shoes, and there was a lot of violence which happened, a lot of harm, harm towards the Holy Host of God. And God declared that I would never come back again and say I am God in a human because of such treatment which he received. I think that's it for me, Preacher Chakanza.
Thank you very much, Preacher Sibanda. It really helps for us to learn. We must learn. We must learn. The reason why I've been asking this, we still have the privilege of having the host family amongst us, the privilege of having the chosen 12, even us as a congregation. Let us treat each other well so that God can stay with us. Now, going into the main speaker of the day, I'm going to give honors to Evangelist Zivave to introduce for us the main speaker for the day. But before we do that, I think we have seated for a long time. May we just have one song? Where is him leader Mlilo? One song we can all stand up and sing. Then we'll give opportunity to Evangelist Zivave to introduce, and he's going to tell us how our presentation is going to be like. Then we will start from there. Preacher Mlilo, if you could just give us one song.
Mwari makandida ndisati ndakuzivai. Mwari makandida ndisati ndakuzivai. Mwari makandida ndisati ndakuzivai. Ndichengete Mwari nekusingaperi. Mwari makandida ndisati ndakuzivai. Mwari makandida ndisati ndakuzivai. Mwari makandida ndisati ndakuziva. Oh, ndichengete Mwari nekusingaperi. Ha ha ha. Ndinofara, ndinofara. Ha ha ha. Ndinofara, ndinofara. Ha ha ha. Ndinofara, ndinofara. Oh, ndichengete Mwari nekusingaperi. Ha ha ha. Ndinofara, ndinofara. Ha ha ha. Ndinofara, ndinofara. Ha ha ha. Ndinofara, ndinofara. Oh, ndichengete Mwari nekusingaperi. Nabini.
Rure Guerrero, kuavhangeri vatungamiriri nechita chauya korumbidza Mwari through learning and at the highest order, oral. Anyway, I was super excited when Evangelist Makhasa was talking about the love of literature. I still have some of these things here from way back, and they were still Rhodesia. I'm not going to read anyway, but just to emphasize that what we are talking here, what we are presenting here, is something that is genuine, that is original. And these are eyewitnesses. You know, nothing beats an eyewitness. Anyway, I want to welcome our Supreme Council, acknowledge our Supreme Council. We have our senior evangelist, Mvangeri Taodzera, is with us on this platform. We also, of course, other members of the Supreme Council. It is, and I also want to acknowledge all those other members who have joined us across the divide. Please, you are welcome. These meetings, these presentations help us all in anchoring our spirituality. It's very important. It helps us to remind us to, again, remember some of those things that are so dear to our hearts. So you are most welcome, and we hope you will be joining us in future presentations. Now, it is now my great honor, singular honor, to introduce our guest for this session, Evangelist J.B. Tayali. I've had the privilege of knowing him for many years, and we've worked closely together on this spiritual path. Our journey has been filled with shared efforts, and through our collaboration, we have been able to accomplish a number of things. I remember some of the trips that Evangelist Makhasa was talking about. He was also one of those drivers, and he would come to Harare and would be sent to Nyazura. Again, the respect that Evangelist Makhasa said. When I was called, I felt big because I got that respect. I never was called, Atanas, come here. Oh my goodness. So all those things we are talking about today are factual things that we are talking about. I don't want to preempt Mvangeri Tayali's presentation, but I also want to extend my sincere acknowledgement of Holy Messenger Tayali Adams. As you can see, all the way from the United Kingdom, but in Zimbabwe, and again, participating and sharing and supporting us. So we are thrilled to have you on this platform, and I'm sure Holy Messenger Tayali is someone somewhere around here in Australia. So we are also acknowledged for this presentation. This session is a unique session. We said people give us some questions, some ideas that you really want Mvangeri to share. And maybe fortunately or unfortunately, we were thinking we'll get this, we got that wide of things. And so we decided that our panelists, Elder Masvaure and Preacher Chakanza, they're going to be assisted where, if there's a bit of translation that may be required, by Preacher Sentuve and Mvangeri Tsambwa in Botswana, just to make sure that everyone, we don't want anyone to miss anything. If you didn't hear anything, raise your hand and we will clarify. Because, as we have said, there's nothing that beats something that is oral, something that is from the witness, the one who was there. With that, I want to hand over to Mvangeri Tayali. Over to you, Mvangeri.
Narini.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon to everyone, wherever you are. Welcome to today's session. Apparently, I've been tasked with a very difficult one, but I understand I will be answering questions from the panel. So I hand it back to them so that I get the questions and we move on. Thank you.
Lanini Vangeli, what a privilege and honor it is to be having this conversation with Vangeli Tayali. I'm sure we've already heard the introduction as shared by Evangelist Zivave. Could I ask that admin, if you can also pin Preacher Chakanza? I can only see myself. So myself and Preacher Chakanza will be asking some of the questions that have come from quite a number of people, and some that we have also come up with as well. So feel free to put your question on chat. If there's more that you want to know, this is a question and answer session. I want to hand over to you, Preacher Chakanza, to kick us off.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you. We greet you, Evangelist JB Tayali. We also greet you, Holy Messenger Helen Tayali Adams. We greet you. Thank you very much. So anyway, I'm going to be talking to you, Mvangeli, as someone, maybe a young boy like my son, Gareth. You know, Gareth. Obviously, someone would want to know, when were you born, Mvangeli? When were you born and how you grew up? Maybe tell us your siblings. Just that we could start from there.
Thank you, thank you. I was born in the year 1964 on the 20th of July. I understand it was a Saturday morning, and I was born at Impilo Hospital, and my sister was sitting here next to me. She told me that on that day, she met someone who told her that her mom had just had a baby boy. Is that so?
Yeah, something like that.
Matubu.
Yeah, Matubu.
Yeah, so that was me then that year. I grew up as the last born child of Mr. and Mrs. Tayali. I had 7 siblings. I was born the 8th. I was born after the incarnation of my dad was incarnated by the Spirit, God, and I was born after my sister Sarah, who was born in 1962. In 1964, I was born. As we all know, the history of Mwari wasn't that smooth sailing, especially the children of the host family and the chosen 12. Our religion was looked down upon a lot by people. So growing up as a child from that very family wasn't easy. You know, walking in the streets, you'd be shunned and looked down upon and be called all sorts of names. But my parents gave me a lot of encouragement and strength to say, no, look, you shouldn't worry about this. It's going to end. It's going to come to pass. And indeed, in time, it came to pass. And for me, the trauma wasn't long-lived. It really did come to an end in the early 70s up until the 80s. Things were changing, and people were understanding more and more of Mwari, and we saw local people from our neighborhood joining Kutaramari, the very same organization that they were looking down upon, they started coming to get salvation and healing in Kutaramari. And it gave me a lot of confidence to say, you know, look, there is something in this religion that people are coming for, because people were coming in droves to join Kutaramari.
Given what you have just said, that you grew up through these challenges, but I just want to take you back a bit. Being born in the host family, I'm sure growing up, you go to a certain stage to understand, no, oh, this is what is in our house, the power of God in our house. I don't know, at what stage or age can you say you personally yourself, I'm sure your siblings were older enough, but you personally yourself got to understood that, no, in our house, we've got this amazing power?
Yeah, it wasn't easy to really understand what was happening. You try to approach your parent as an ordinary parent, as father, but at the same time you've got this resistance that you get, that you cannot just easily approach him. So it took a bit of time for me to understand what was going on. So I think in my early teens, like as I was going to Form 1, Form 2, thereabout, that's when I started understanding really that there is this power in our family. But having said that, as we grew up, when we were young, we would see the members of the 12, the Evangelist Tawazera, Evangelist Sindoga, when I was quite young then, Makaya, they would come frequently to Gomo, the R43 in Selikazi, to present whatever matters they would be presenting to the Holy Host. Even sometimes they would come with people who were not well to come and get healing by hand at the Holy at the Host at the Mount. So we would sometimes get duties to stand in, like you normally see a holy messenger who will be standing next to the host whilst the healing session is taking is in session. So we, as young as we were given that opportunity to be the elder who will be standing in there. That's how early we were introduced into the work of Kutaramar. Before we knew what was going on, we were already subjected to such duties.
And maybe just to take you back, Vangeli, I see there you're with this Tunya, and I'm just wondering, you spoke about the hardships that were happening in I'm sure, back in the day, people used to say a whole lot of things about Guta, and even in the congregation, I suppose other people didn't have that understanding, or they could see you and some would see you and the importance of this amazing family, this holy family. Were you ever part of Omastandane or part of, youth choir? Were you in the band? Were people so inclusive of you, or they were afraid to bring you in? How was it back in the day?
It was great. It was great. I have fond memories of being Mastandane. We used to be included in all events for the youth. Mvangeli Tawzera Senior would take an active role to make sure that we are part of the goings on. So in the Mastandane, we were there, we would do drama acts to depict the God's work, in the form of drama. So we did quite a lot in there. I was also part of the choir. I was a member of the Kutaramari band. And up until now, I can tell you when the band is playing the Discord or it's actually in the blood and in the bones. You know, I really love the Mwari band. I can play each and every one of those drums very well. I don't have a special one. All of them, I can play them equally well. So that's what it is.
And you did mention, I see, Preacher, you're smiling there. There's something that you're just about to say. I'll just hand over to you before I ask the next question.
Thanks very much, Elder Masvaure. No, mine is more of trying to understand, like we are talking about your growth from childhood. I'm sure your parent, as a parent, would be teaching you specific things, but at the same time, you would also get teachings coming directly from God as you were young. I don't know, do you have any memories of things that you were taught when you were young, just when you were young, when you were still a young, maybe a child, that you might say you might want to share to a young person who's on this platform today, as a young person, a child?
I think Elder Masvaure really summarized everything. She said all those big English words, you know. That's all that, I mean, everything was wrapped up in what she said. You know, I learned how to love, I learned compassion, I learned respect. You know, all those things were all packaged. It was a whole package that we got. Cleanliness, you know, you name it. Even the greatest take that I can say I got from my dad was work. Work. You've got to work hard in order to achieve, you know, and respect, and also to love each other as siblings. We were taught that, to stick together.
Thank you very much there.
Yeah, I did actually get a lot of that teaching from my dad, because unfortunately I lost my mom at an early age. I was about 11, 10, going to 11. I was 10 when my mom passed on. So my dad had to take the role of being father and mother. So he taught me a lot of things, a hell of a lot. At the age of 12, I could cook, I could prepare myself a meal, you know, because he was always busy. So each time I get home from school, there's no one to do all these chores for me. So I learned a whole lot of things. I learned how to wash my socks. He told me you should always be clean, wash your socks, wash your undies. He taught me when I went to Form 1, he taught me how to do a tie. You know, it's so confusing when you're coming from these government schools, and I had the privilege to go to a group A school. So he had to inculcate a lot of these good things that should be part of a gentleman, so to say, because he was very smart in everything that he did. So he had to give me part of his side of being a gentleman. So when I went to that school, I wasn't told to pull up my socks. I wasn't told to do up my top button. He had already taught me all that as a gentleman.
Wow, what a fatherly love that we are experiencing from there. You can hear that, Elder Masvaure, what a fatherly love. We can admire that. I'm sure kids, you are learning, and even parents, let's try to adopt that fatherly love. Your question, Elder Masvaure.
You know, I just want to share a comment here that a part of this fatherly love, there's no girl, there's no boy. He learned how to cook. He was washing. He was, you know, a lot of things. And I think it's something that a lot of elders perhaps listening that it's not about, oh, these are girls' duties, these are boys. They should learn all the work. And I think that's very important. And one thing that I also want to appreciate is work hard to achieve, and I want to believe that, coming from this holy family, knowing that there's this holy power, one could have sat down and said, the power is there, God's will be done. Whatever I ask for, it will come, without even working hard. But we are being taught here that hard work was very important. And I think it's something that as the congregates, we should just take and apply, that nothing will just come. We need to work hard, and God will bless us along the way. Evangeli, thank you so much for that. And I just want to then pivot to sort of like lessons and experiences as Umtwanwe Ntabeni. And you've already mentioned that evangelists, they would come with isgulane, wanting to be healed, and you'll stand in as abakokheli, uselaja. Now, the question I have is, what were some of the expectations, perhaps outside of that? What were some of the expectations or directives by God to you as the children of the Mount, or as the host family, of what you're supposed to do when it came to the religion? Perhaps if you can unpack that from a religion sense and those expectations of you. And then we also want to understand, you spoke about the fatherly love, which means there was communication between a son and a father. What were some of the, perhaps your parents' wishes for you, not you specifically as Umva, but as you, the siblings? What were some of those expectations from a parent, and then expectations by God when it came to this holy work?
Expectations from a parent, like expectations from a parent as to what they expect their children to come up with or to be in life. Obviously, every parent will be wishing their kid to be the best they can. So we were being taught in the trajectory of achieving all the time, So my dad and my mom, especially my mom, they were actually disciplinarians. So we were not really the road wasn't spared to us. We would be whipped into line, so to say. The old school way of parenting did take place in the house. So we were quite disciplined, and obviously, as children, you might want to go astray and things like that, but we will always be whipped into line by the parents. And on the religious side, my dad always wanted us to know that Mwari is part of our life forever. He would tell us that we must always attend services regularly. You would not be happy if he doesn't see you, or like on a Sunday. As I grew and left the house and to stay in my own environment, he would call me. Atina kukone kuguta nasi ziri kufamba sei vakuru. Hamusi kuoneka kuguta ziri kufamba sei. He would ask me all the time. Then I realized that, then I did ask him at the stage, what role do you want me to play in Guta? Because it's a bit of a big ask for me to be in that, leadership or active role, because it's not easy. Seeing my parent having been engulfed by this spirit that would make him not a usual person, not an ordinary person. I didn't want to be in the same shoes as him, so I would like stay at a distance a bit, but he would always bring us close to the Guta action. He would want us to be there all the time, and he would tell us, "Ibasa renyu iri, ibasa renyu munofana honge muchiuya kuguta nguva dzese mutakure basa iri, basa iri nderenyu." He would say that all the time, and I didn't understand what it was all about until lately. That's when I realized this is what was being meant with ibasa renyu, because having been born in this chosen family, it meant that God had seen that this is the seed that he would want his holy work to dwell in this particular family, or these particular families. God had already done all the groundwork and decided to dwell in these families, and we are the vessels to take the work forward in the way that God will have prepared for us or chosen, since he said he wasn't going to come back again as a human amongst human, but he would leave the power amongst us to work through us in a way that he has chosen. That's what I came to understand as time went on.
Lanin. And if I may ask,
I hope I'm being clear. I hope
wow.
I'm being clear.
Vangeri, I want to really acknowledge the fact that I think some people may have been asking themselves what that statement actually meant, that Basairi nderenyu. So someone will be asking, what does that mean, Kutibasa nderenyu? And I think you've really unpacked it so well, and hoping that everybody is taking note, as I am, in terms of what this means. And I suppose it takes us to the next level of understanding the kind of respect that we must give, this chosen holy family. Mbangeli, I want to just ask, just as a follow-up, Basa irindereni. But I want to talk about what happened in the past and some of the traits that we've heard in terms of, dedicated to this work, coming to services all the time. Was it also an expectation for you and your siblings to attend services regularly and be able to be active participants in terms of ukufundisa, ukuphi all the time? Were you given a slot as abantwana bentabeni to speak after every service? Maybe if you could unpack for someone who was not there at the time what some of those expectations were, because we knew for every service was that something that was also an expectation from you?
Yes, we were expected to be at service regularly. I can give you a typical example. Sometimes I would go on holiday with my wife and children, maybe go to South Africa, spend a week or two. And then when we come back, he would ask me, "Oh, so you in South Africa?" I said, "Yes." "Where were you? We're in Joburg." The first thing you'd ask us would, "Did you attend service? Did you find it? Did you find time to attend service in South Africa?" And I'm sorry to say, a number of times I might not have had time to go there, and I would be so embarrassed to say, "No, I didn't." Then he would say, "No, you should always make sure that you carry your uniform, you go and attend service." And from that time, I've made it a point that I carry my uniform wherever I'm going. I will attend service, even if I don't take an active role in that service, but I will have to attend service. It actually it rejuvenates the congregation to see people from headquarters, to see children of the Holy Mount coming to attend with them, so to say. So, yeah, we were expected to take an active role, but like any other youth growing up in Guta, we were also expected to get up and give our testimonies as schools closed. We would get up on stage and praise God for taking care of us through the school term and having given us the power to go through our studies well, even ask for God's grace in the terms that are coming ahead, like any other member of the youth. We were expected. I was at a stage. I think I was chairman of the youth, but then it was short-lived because I had to leave and go to England to study at the time.
I'm happy that you've touched on that, Vangeli, about you going to England. You know, we want to really get from you, if you could just unpack for us some of these experiences or stories, because we've already mentioned the expectations by God from you as the children of the Mount. And you did say, and I will keep, I think, in reference to this statement in our conversation, basa iri nderenyu, as abantwana bentabeni basa iri nderenyu. And you spoke about going to England, but we understand you came back from England. And I really would like you to unpack that for us. What happened? And also would like you to share about, we understand, because I was young then, but this fundiso has been coming around, that there was a day you went to Guta Mwari wearing your own clothes. And there was something that was said to you. So maybe we could start with those stories for those who don't know what happened. If you could share with the rest of the congregants.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, like you mentioned, I went to England and back. I didn't stay long there. I had to come back because I went down with a bit of depression. So I came back home and I was hoping to go back to finish my studies. But then when I got here, my dad would not hear any of it. He said, no, you're not going back. I really wanted to go back because I hadn't finished my studies. I had gotten a refer in one of the subjects of the course that I was doing. So I wanted to go and finish it off and prepare me for a better future. He said, no, you're not going anywhere. You're staying here with me. I want you to be my keeper. Can you imagine? When other kids were getting jobs and all that, and I was seeing now, what's my future gonna be like? I was seeing a bleak future. But then God is always got a way, you know, that is better than what we think as humans. I went on searching for a job then, and I got a lousy job as a cleaner. At least I was lucky to be called on for a job by one of the kind members at Guta Mwari then. He got me as on a factory floor. I started working on a factory floor, and then I rose up from there. I know, coming from England, having to work in a factory floor as a cleaner, it wasn't easy, but that's what happened. And then jobs were not easy to get there in this country. So I rose my way up. So as I rose up in the company I was working for, I got a better job, and now I had to dress up in a way that represented the company, because I was now a company representative. So I had to dress up very well for that post that I was representing the company in. So one day when I was coming from work, well dressed in my nice jacket and tie, smart gentlemen. So we've been all told to come and attend a meeting, a Tuesday meeting at Guta, Tuesday evening meeting. Everyone must attend. So I thought in my jacket and tie, I was good enough to attend that meeting. But as I walked in, I actually walked in a bit late. I think the meeting had just about to start. It just started. And then God said, "Who is that?" And then I so happened to be the person who was walking in. You know, I was tiptoeing, coming into the meeting. And then there and then God said, "No, you shouldn't have come here without your uniform. You know, I was told again, the same statement that we're being told at home. This is your job in the future. You will need to be leading this holy work." So my sister, Mrs. Shimoto, tried to explain that, no, he's coming from work and he was not having any of that, you know. So this is what happened on that day.
The importance of the uniform is what I'm also getting from there, Mvangeli, which now takes me to some of those traits that you heard Evangelist Makhasa talk about in terms of smartness, in terms of a whole other important traits. I also like to hear from you. Maybe if you can just also unpack for us, some of the relatable stories that you can share, with regards to some of those traits. I know if you can just share some stories. We heard that there was, an evangelist who came late when there was a trip. He was just there. I don't know whether it was a minute late, but God had already come out. And unfortunately, because God had already come out and got into the car, the door was closed and left. It shows the importance of time. Maybe from you, some of the stories that you remember back in the day about some of these traits, perhaps that have already been mentioned, or some traits that were not mentioned.
Yeah, time was very important where the Holy was concerned. Everything had to be timeless. He would wake up in the morning. There's time for him to have breakfast, and the people that were here at Gomo would know that such a time the meal should be ready and should be well cooked. He didn't eat meals that were not well cooked. If you're preparing our traditional meal, Ishwala, it had to spend certain minutes on the stove for it to be good enough for him to consume it. Even the meat it needed to have certain time on the fire for it to be well presented to him. Yeah. Even the drivers that used to drive the ark, they knew that time was of essence. They needed to be here on time before they take off for Butaramari. They needed to come on time, park the vehicle there and check everything. If everything is in place, real on time. If anyone needed to, if any one of us children of the ark, children of the host family needed to take a ride with him to the service, we were required to be on time. We were required to be sitting in the vehicle before he comes in. We would not rushing to come in the vehicle after he's already embarked on the vehicle. We needed to be in the vehicle and wait for him to come before we take off. If you are not in the vehicle before he comes in, then that means you are not going in.
That must be. And as you're saying this, and you think about just daily lives, how important time is,
Yeah.
But I feel like, everything that we need out of personal leadership or leading others is taught in Guta, and definitely the exemplary leadership by the Holy Horse of God because of time. People are late for meetings, people are late for things, but I'm just understanding from you how important time was. If you're not on time, then you're excluded from any trip. Were you allowed to follow? Was anybody allowed to follow if they were on duty and they delayed? Could they then follow with their own transport to wherever there was a trip? If you are supposed to be part of the delegation?
If you're part of the delegation and you've not made the time, then you've obviously shown that you are not serious. You would not have the nerve to follow. You would not be included. You would not be included.
And I like what you then say, Vangeli, to say it shows you're not serious, because Guta is serious business. It's about healing of the world. And if time is important, I suppose this is definitely something that we need to take up. And I do not know where my co-moderator has gone to. Admin, please pin Preacher Chakanza. Pin him, please. While I'm coming to this. Where are you?
Thank you, Elder Masvaure. I think network had played me here.
Oh,
yes, but I really would want to ask something that Mvangeri has said. I guess it resonates. It comes back to the topic for our guest speaker, that understanding God's works and how He works. He mentioned something by saying that God said, "I want you back so that you can be my keeper." The word "my keeper," understanding of that word, maybe if he could share with us what that really means.
Yeah. That there, it meant I saw it unfolding as I became one person that he would call every now and again. He would call me if he needed assistance in any way whatsoever. He would call me. Wherever I was, I would drop everything and have to go to attend. As we heard earlier from other speakers, that his age was advancing. So time and again, I used to. He was a very private person. For you that don't know, very private. He didn't want Tom, Dick, and Harry to know what's happening to him or what is happening. Even us in the family, it's not everyone who would know that he's got a flu or he's not too well or whatever. He was very private. So he would let me know, then I would come. And fortunately, I started driving at an early age. So I was one driver that he had confidence in. He did like the way I drove him around. I gave him comfortable rides, so to say, and he would tell other drivers that, look, if you're driving a vehicle, please don't shake me around. Don't take those sudden breaks, things like that. So I was one driver who was very careful there. So I mean, I really thank God for giving me that capability for driving him comfortably. And he would call me, yes, as one driver that he trusted. So I'd take him to say we would go to the doctor. He has his regular checks, We go next to the theaters and stuff like that. I'll be the one to know all that information, and I'll pass it to the family so that they also know how our parent is getting on with the treatment. That was early days before we really got to 2003, early days, he would get these checkups with the doctor, and they would tell us, no, he had a problem with the spine because of the leg, the stiff leg that he had. It developed into a problem with the spine. So his spine got a bit, a lot of pressure from that stiffness of the leg, because each time he had to walk, it put a lot of pressure on his spine, and each time he had to go into a vehicle, he had to lift his stiff leg right up in order for him to go into a vehicle. So it's one thing that I would personally feel pained each time I see him go into a vehicle. I'll see that he's really, it's a struggle. It was a struggle. But he was such a brave person, such a brave and strong person. So when each time you want to come and make it easy for him, he would just tell you, no, don't worry, it's okay, you know. But I would be there for him all the time. So I realized that as time went on, he needed that kind of help from me more and more.
Oh, thank you, Mvangeri. Thank you. I don't know, just to add on lessons as a keeper, maybe that you might want to share with those who've got their parents and stuff like that.
I think the lesson that we learned is to give them the most comfortable stay during their last days on Mother Earth. You know, give them the best you can. You know, that's what I can pass on to people. That, no, look, give them the best that you can.
Thank you very much on that one. Now I want to sort of like bring you back. You have raised a point where you were telling us you were a driver, and according to history, we also hear that you were also a driver, Umkumbi, the driver of the ark. At what age would you say you developed interest, or you were called to perform that duty of driving the Holy Ark? You know, you coming from the host family, but as well doing the holy duty. I'm sure they were two separate things. I don't know if you could share and explain to us, maybe with also experiences, lessons learned from there. It could really help the audience.
Yeah, I was quite young when I started driving. I think I was 16, 18, going to 17.
The right age for provisional, you did it once in past, something like that.
Yeah, I think I was 17, there about 16, 17, I was already driving. And I proved to be a good driver at an early age. So I think my driving was preferred, but the problem is the host didn't want things to be too personal on the family side when it came to Guta work. So he would involve all the other congregants or the other drivers. And also I had also work to be done on my side. So I would not be there full time, although he would have loved me to be with him full time, but I wasn't too keen, so to say.
Oh, yes. I like what you're bringing forward. But I'm sure you have some experiences, unique experiences that you experienced, spiritual power, or maybe something that you can reflect on when you were a driver on duty. On duty. I'm sure you can share
Yes,
something with us.
yes, I remember. Like I said, I was quite young when I was driving the ark. As you know, with age you mature. So there's a time when we were driving from Nyasura, and we're using that dirt road between Gomo and Nyasura, not the Rukweza one, but the dust road that goes via Gwangwaza there. So just after Gwangwaza, I was probably doing more speed than I was supposed to have been doing on the dirt road. And the vehicle started swerving around. I really got a shock. And then God just took his sash, because each time he would travel, he would be having his sash. Then he whipped me with his sash in the face. Then I started, I just got back to normal. The vehicle started going properly. That's when I saw the power. That's when I got a shock that, no, this is not just ordinary. You know, instead of me getting a fright or letting go of the steering, I actually got my senses together and put the vehicle back on track. That's one of the experiences I had.
Yeah. That's amazing, amazing. Elder Masvaure, you are hearing what's happening.
Hey, I'm sure you can see with my face. I'm like, wow, God's power, God's love for his children. Udumo, umdali. I know there's another follow-up question to that. And there is also a question that is coming because some of our audience are asking questions, different platforms. I'll come to that question. I don't know if you can allow me, preacher. I just want to just pivot. You know, there are certain things that will be said in the congregation. There could be some standing orders because sometimes the way God taught needed deep thinking. And sometimes perhaps yourselves could say, what does that mean, right? Would you then go home when you're now at the Holy Mount and then say, there's this, teaching that you shared today. Could you further clarify what this meant? Did you ever have such? And I'll also just ask you one thing with regards to that. Unkulunkulu says basarendering, as you mentioned, as abantwana bentaben. But did you then follow up to say, what did you mean by this? Or you are my keeper? Would you ask what that meant?
Yeah, that's there I would ask, but not the teachings that would have come out in Guta. Those would you would not come and really want to question them or ask. You know, like he wasn't that easily approachable. He wasn't. I can't remember many times that we did that. Of course, we would probably do that once or twice when I was in the company of Secretary General Chimoto. That's when we would come to discuss such matters, but not on a personal forum on my own. No, but with SG Chimoto, we would then present some matters that needed clarity from Guta.
And if you don't mind, Mvageli, I apologize for this. I just want to take you a little bit back. You did mention something when you spoke about that God wanted you to assist, but you are not too keen. I think there's a statement that you mentioned.
Yeah.
Do you mind just further elaborating on that? Why were you not too keen?
Yeah, it's because of the way that my dad was received when this power incarnated him. He got beaten, he got ridiculed, he got scolded, his family was looked down upon. So, looking at that, seeing that this is a man of God and people are not really accepting him, I didn't want to step in that kind of an environment in the future. It's something that I was really scared of, you know, that how can one live a life like this? Because he was living like a solitary life, solitary confinement. He had no social life. So that's not the life that I wanted to live. So that's why I kind of walked in the peripherals.
Lanini Vangeli, I think to everybody who's listening can already imagine how difficult a time it was. And also thinking about some of Imfundiso that we've heard around, it was very difficult whenever the children would go to school. They're shouted at, or people are calling them names. Just maybe if I may ask, when all those things were happening, I'm sure like any child or any youth with career aspirations, or sometimes you want to be a prefect at school, sometimes there's certain things that you'd want out of life, but people keep calling you names, sometimes being beaten. Did that affect career guidance? Did that affect, having dreams and aspirations of your own? Did that affect you in terms of being social with other children, as you're growing up?
Yeah, it did affect me from an early age. You know, you remember those days at the government schools. We used to have like religious lessons. Or the teacher just comes in class one day, starts asking you one by one, get up, what does your dad do? What does your mother do? Then can you imagine me getting up in class and saying my father is God? What would that be like? You know, what would people say to you? You know what I mean? So it wasn't easy being asked. It wasn't easy. So come religious lessons, everyone would go to their Presbyterian, Roman Catholic, what class number so and so is for Church of England kids, they all go there. Before you know it, you're the only kid in class that's sitting in there, you've got no church. Wait, what church do you go to? Say Kutaramar. Then people burst into laughter. How would that make you feel as a kid? So it wasn't easy for us. It wasn't easy. And people come here now and they want to brag around wearing the Kutaramara uniform, walking everywhere. It wasn't easy for us when we were wearing it those days, you know. So we've come a long way, and we thank God. God has made us strong, and now we can walk tall, wearing Kutaramara uniform and walk proudly, crossing from border to border in Kutaramara uniform. So
Lani,
God has shown his power.
Lani, the power of resilience and
Yes.
facing adversity, which is something, and why I touch on that, Mvangeli, which I think is very important for us children of God, is that wherever we are, we do face a lot of resistance. We do face exclusion. We do face, people can call you names, not because of Kutaramari, but anything else. And in life, you feel like, I cannot move forward or I cannot move backwards. But I think just the lessons we are getting from you, Vangeli, you are still in Kutaramar, despite name calling and the abuse and the bullying, the harassment that happened in the day. And we praise God for that. And these are lessons that we are also taking from there. Preacher Chakanza, maybe let's pivot now to 2003. And I want to hand over to you to now talk about those telltale signs in 2003.
Yeah, thank you very much, Elder Masvaure. But before we go there, we've got the 43 years which we had with the host of God. I always hear Holy Messenger Tayali Adams talking about the good things, the miracles that she witnessed personally herself, that God did for her. And within that time frame, I'm sure Mvangeli has got something that he can share, one or two things that he would say, wow, was real serious work of power here in my life. That kind of experience. Mvangeli, I don't know if you've got stories, one or two or three, which could motivate and strengthen us as experience.
You know, my whole life has been a miraculous. Some of the, you know, I even can't stop to count my blessings because there are just too many. So, yeah, there's too many. Well, the one that I can mention here is the way I was healed when I got ill in England. You know, I was healed telephonically. You know, when the Holy Host was talking to me over the phone, and then he sent the Holy Host Timothy, the Holy Messenger, I beg your pardon, the Holy Messenger Juliet Timothy, who happens to be my sister, to come over in England to come and give me hand healing. But otherwise, my healing had already started over the phone. So, which is very miraculous. My sister here was there when I wasn't too well then in England. And she saw everything that happened. She can actually relate it better because she's the one who was up to her senses when I got ill.
Wow.
I can't really say the events that took place, but I know my healing was miraculous.
Wow, we praise God for that. We praise God. Now, I'm sure there was a time within the family whereby you would relate as a parent and at the same time as God. You would know, or you would know that this is not time for a parental talk. This is time for spiritual talk or a relationship, something like that. Maybe you can explain to us for understanding.
Yeah, it was really difficult to really pinpoint that now is time for parental talk. Or for us, we were living in a kind of subdued relationship with him. It wasn't that easy for us, but he would open up to us when he felt like it. But for us, we would like take a step backward. I know one rule, one general rule was that when he's leaving the house to go to Guta, when he's got his sash on, you know now that you can't be talking to him like you're talking to your father. You really can't. You know, you really have to stand at his attention when he comes. You know, you really felt the power. You had to stand at attention and let him pass. The same thing when he came in the door, coming from Guta, he's in a state. He would be in a state, you just have to freeze wherever you are. And when he comes back from his room, he will be all smiles now.
Wow.
You know, things have changed.
Wow. It was amazing.
It was
amazing. Yeah. So we hear you saying that from the time that you were in Mzilika's R43, maybe take us through that transition going to Famona, maybe for purposes of record, in terms of those who are writing scripture, which you might go into history. Maybe just the time frame, the time and what, maybe you might not unpack everything, but just to give us a heads up, this
sorry,
time.
Preacher. Can we just make sure that we are on mute? Thank you, Preacher.
Thank you very much. I'm asking this question like someone who who joined Guta later on, who would want to understand. You're talking of Famona, Holy Mount. You're also talking of Mzilika's Holy Mount. What really happened? Maybe people just need to know.
Oh, okay. Yeah. As time went on, staying in Mzilikazi wasn't too conducive. You know, it was kind of a noisy place, location. The leadership in Guta. All right, let me start here. Before we moved from Mzilikazi, the house at Mzilikazi had to go through renovations. It needed to be extended a little bit because it was a bit crowded. It needed to be extended, and then as the construction work went on, we couldn't stay in that house. We had to move out. So the leadership in Guta, I remember Evangelist Makhasa was the one who was quite active there, and the Secretary General Chimoto. They looked for a place where we could rent whilst the house was being fixed. So we went to stay in Montrose. I don't know if people know that. There's a time when the Holy War stayed in Montrose for a good year or 6 months, whilst that house was being renovated. So that when the house got finished, I now kind of got used to staying in the suburban areas. And now when we got back to Mzilikazi, it was a bit of a, you know, a drawback. It wasn't so exciting anymore. But then the house had been done up. It had a bathroom and so on. We stayed quite comfortably there. And it wasn't long after that the leadership came again and said, no, this area here is no longer conducive for the Holy Host to stay in because there's a lot of thuggery, you know, in the locations those days. A lot of thuggery, a lot of unbecoming behavior that goes on in high density areas. So they were tasked to look for a place that would replace the Holy Mount. So the place that was favored was 7 Paisley Crescent in Famona, which happened to be close to where Evangelist Makhasa used to stay. He was to stay in the same street, I think about 3 houses down the line. That was Evangelist Makhasa's space. So we moved to this new dwelling, which is quite a serene environment. And we found it befitting for the host of God to stay in a place that is spacious as well, away from the hustle and bustle and the noise of the high density area.
Oh, thank you very much for that one. I need to ask you another question in relationship to what was said by God. It's somewhere in the combined volumes. I can't remember which page exactly. Related to a holy ark which was bought. And if I'm correct, God is saying you then got really involved in buying that holy ark car, which was used by God. I'm sure it was now late to 2000. I'm not so sure between which year exactly it was. That that duty which was done. I don't know if you have any something that you might want to share despite the challenges which were faced on that period.
That vehicle, I think the vehicle you are probably mentioning is the we ended up buying the Peugeot 406. Like I said earlier on, I would see that the Holy Host wasn't comfortable in the vehicles that we were using. The Cressida had been involved in an accident. One of the drivers had knocked someone's life out of their body. They'd killed someone using the Holy Ark. So the Holy Horse wasn't too comfortable to drive that vehicle because it had taken someone's life. So it was relegated. Said, no, we're not going to use that vehicle anymore. So now I was tasked to get another vehicle. But before that, the congregation was given a chance to replace that vehicle because the vehicle had been bought by Botswana as a birthday gift, that Cressida. You know, Botswana has always been up to the task when it came to buying vehicles for the Holy Host. They would be there. So Zimbabwe was also given an opportunity to buy a vehicle in order to get blessings, because people had been moaning and groaning that how come Botswana people are so rich, they've got vehicles, it's like each and everyone in their family would have a vehicle, and here in Zimbabwe, family won't even have a vehicle, one vehicle. So Mupi said, the old was said, okay, here's your opportunity. Give, and I will give back to you twice. Put your hands together, buy a vehicle for the Holy Host. And then as people were putting in their gifts towards the purchase of that vehicle, word started going on around that, why are we buying this vehicle? You know, it's going to be for Joseph in the end. You know, why are we doing this? Why are we wasting our money? Do you think the Holy Host will use that vehicle? And such ended up in the ears of the Holy Host, and he didn't take too kindly to it. Said, okay, if that is the case, people are not too happy to give, they might as well stop here. We are not going to coerce people to do what they don't feel like doing. People were given back their contributions. The people who were genuine really cried foul. They really wanted to be part of the purchase of the vehicle. But those who obviously were not happy with the pending purchase of the vehicle, they were very delighted to have their money back. So they got their money back. And then I was then tasked with getting a vehicle from using the Gomo coffers. The money from Mupi's purse. So at the time, the most comfortable vehicle that I saw was that, because we had to buy the vehicle locally. Seeing that the customs duties in this country are very punitive, we couldn't buy a car from outside the country, because if you buy another car from the country, once you bring it here, you are buying another one. So it's like the price, you pay twice for one vehicle. So we bought the vehicle locally. And the vehicle that was appropriate then was that Peugeot, which was quite comfortable. And now it meant that the host would embark into the vehicle without feeling much pain or having to raise his leg high up like when he used to do when he wants to climb into the E20, because the clearance from the ground was too high. So it wasn't easy, you know, for him to go into that vehicle or even to get out of that vehicle. So having bought the Peugeot, we saw that there was some great relief in him alighting and then embarking on the vehicle. That's it.
So, Mvangeli, in regards to this issue about the car, would you say this was a lost opportunity for those in Zimbabwe?
It definitely was. It definitely was a lost opportunity. It was a lost opportunity for people in Zimbabwe, because even up to now, the cars that people can brag about are the second-hand cars that are come from Japan. You know.
I was just about to say that we've got too many second-hand vehicles in Zimbabwe. It's unfortunate. Elder Masvaure, you see the lost opportunity. The lost opportunity.
Lost opportunity and wondering, can we still rectify it? Is something that is on my mind right now. And you've mentioned it in Zimbabwe right now. We don't have a lot of car brands of our own. And those that were there are too expensive if we're to compare with perhaps what people are buying now, which is the secondhand cars. And I think it's something that is just at the back of my mind to say, it didn't happen then. Could there be an opportunity for us in Zimbabwe to rectify what we had done wrong, to rewrite that history, is perhaps something that is, I don't know whether it's a question for this platform, is a question for all of us to be thinking about, but I think it's very important as a way of how we move forward, knowing that at the time there are people who refused or who were not happy about, was Nigela at the time. And maybe while we're thinking about that, there's a question. Sorry, Preacher, I just didn't want to let this one go. Around Uwakiwa Wendaba Ekilani. I'm not so sure if you could just share with us a brief history about Uwakiwa Wendaba Ekilani as well. We did have Amanye Ama congregates also asking if you could maybe further unpack on that, Mpangeli.
Yeah, it's a bit of a complex one, but it's unfortunate. When umdali ma wayekhuluma matenga pa wayetsitsa wayitaura nenzira imwe yakangoreruka ziya kuti sometimes vanhu waikonewa kunzwisisa kuti ndo zviri kurehwa chaizvo waishaya kunzwisisa zvinhu zvingori nyore. Ini mukura kwangu andakaita ndaigara pagomo nguva dzakawanda. Pandakazoroora ndakanga ndiri pano pagomo. I'm going to say in vernacular now. Tichigara pano pagomo nemudzimai newana. Then matenga vakazozoona kuti mubereki vakaona kuti haisi iyo nzira yatingagare nayo pano pagomo, vachibva wandipa mukana wekuti tsvaga pekugara kuitira kuti tigare takasununguka, tinokubatsira kuti kuwakiwe. This is now the plain truth of the whole thing that happened panemba yekugoma. Iwewe nehanzvadzi dzako panapa mune fanirwa kunge munge makagara kumwe kunozoita kuti panapa pasununguke pagoma. Saka tsaga stand tivake imba. So I did that. But then stand iyoyo tikanotenga handiti ndaita kuti ndaishandawo ndikatanga kuisawo zvandaikwanisa towards that property. Asi nekuda kuti basa rinenge richiitwa kugoma, vana veguta raMwari nguva dzese vanenge vada kuti vave nechekuita nebasa iroro. Mukunzwisa, ini ndakataura kutsvaga imba yekuti tikuwakire iwe unogara ikona hanzvadzi dzako. But paguta panoita vanhu vanozotaura mashoko vachitutsira zvataurwa nematenga. Vamwe vanopangura. Matenga wangu wataura tizoni vachada kuti imba iyoyo iwakiwe. Havanoita kugara mudzimba dzakawakwa nevamwe nechekare. Vada kuti vagare muimba imwe. Ikawakwa imba iyayo, vanhu vakaita chido chekuti imba iyoyo iwakwe. Wakakwikwidzana kuti iwakwe, ikawakwa ikapera. Yapera kudaro imba iyayo. vanhu vatarisira kuti matenga waende kunyika. Izvo ndataura izvi zvanga zvinhu zvisina kutaurwa pabhethi pesangano. Vanhu vakaona kuti basa riri kuitwa kugomo, wakada kudii kuti wabatsira. Handi munhu wakabatsira nemweya wavo yese, vamwe wakatarisira kuona musi uchasimuka matenga wachinogara. Matenga wakazoti imba yapera, wakati aiwa imba yapera, asi handisi kunogara ikoko, ndichagara kuburikidza nemwana. Muri kunzwisa? Ndichada kugara ikoko kuburikidza nemwana. Saka vamwe vakagumbuka kuona kuti saka imba yakunogara uyu mukomana uyu nemhuri wake kana kuti nehanzvadzi dzake. Saka zvakavarwadza, vamwe vakabuda Guta nezvi. Handi muri kuona? Ndo mamiriro akaita nyaya yacho. Hamene kuti pane vangaite mubvunzo here kana pasina kunyatsojekesa.
I think, Elder Masvaure, if we could just quickly give Evangelist Tsambwa to put it in Setswana so that we also give them chance to hear what was being said.
Lanin. Admin, if you can just unmute. Over to you, Mvangeli.
Tshwarelo ka o khutshwane se se diragetseng hela ke gore la ntlha Mvangeli jaaka na tlhalosa o nana ko thabeng go be go batla nako ya gore ka o rona nyetse gore a tswe le bo kgaitsedi mme go ne ga batla lehelo le lone la bona go khilane batho ba mo tlhaloganyeng tsa bone ne ba ipoleletse gore nya gore gore modimo yana wa gona go khilane batho ne ba thusa le ka ditsela tsotlhela mo ka gonyele ka gore ne ba soletsela gore nya hela le batla tlhela mo pa ile o teng kako mme e lela hela modimo a ba tlhalosela gore nya wa gona teng hela go khilane ka ngwana mme batho ba bangwe ba utla botlhoko hela mo go iteletseng nako ya teng yano ka gore bone ne ba soletse gore nya modimo wa gona teng hela bangwe ne ba ithaopilela ka maikaelelo one bangwe ba utla botlhoko mo goreng ba ne ba tswa le mo Guta ra Mwari ka nako ya teng hela ya utla botlhoko gore nya keng go sa gona modimo kako ba re nya gore gore yano gore gore ngwana yo Joseph yano ke no o bona Joseph le go khaitsedi yano ke bone ba ba na le tshone ya bona mo ntlong ele ne ba soletse gore nya modimo wa bona teng ka bokhutshwane ka go sa fela.
Thank you very much, Evangelist Tsambwa, for that. We appreciate it so much. I see our time is really moving.
Sorry, Preacher, can you also just give all Preacher Sentofe as well, just to give a summary esindebele? Ulabo mhlawumbe abangazwanga.
Okay, thank you.
Ukuthi la kube lethuba lelo. Mchumayeli Sentofe. Are you on mute, Preacher?
Okay. Maybe I must just apologize because my Ndebele is not very good. I understand Ndebele very well, but the speaking is a problem. Perhaps I should request that Evangelist Samba takes over to make that summary in Ndebele. Thank you.
Xolo njalo njengoba sokhulunyiwe uMvangeli Tayali wathi sehlala entabeni lemuli kwasokudingakala ukuthi bedingwe indawo lapha bebehlala khona indawo sitholakele kwakusekhilani abanye basinikela ngendlela zonke siyakwazi ukuthi abantwana kakhulu eGuta ra Mwari nxa kuthiwa kule msebenzi weGuta ra Mwari onjengasentabeni abantu bayasinikela kakhulu kodwa bona engqondweni yabo ngobuningi babekhangelele khona ukuthi umdali uyakuhlala khona ngale khilani basinikela ngendlela yonke umsebenzi waphutsha suphelile umdali wachasisa ukuthi hayi sensiyahlala khona ngale khilani ngomntwana abanye abomona bazwa ubuhlungu kakhulu ngesikhathi sangikhona ngoba basebesidela ukuthi isho ukuthi uJoseph labo dadewabo yiba sebezahlala endaweni yona leyana bazwa ubuhlungu obudlulisileyo abanye bagcina sebephuma leguta raMwari abebezinikela ngomona wona lwana ngamafitshane nje.
Siyabonga kakhulu. Thank you very much, Evangelist Tsambwa, for that. Elder Masvaure, do you have any follow-up questions in regards to the issue or anything from the chat box before we go to the next issue?
Thank you so much, Prisha. All I can say is, as one has put it, ukuthi uNkulunkulu ngumacatshelana. Isimiso sasiphumile kodwa abanye baphume eguta raMwari. Ngalokho okwakumisiwe nguye uNkulunkulu. Okuyisifundo kithi, which is a true teaching to us, that when God gives his teachings, how are we taking it? And when he says something needs to be done, or ungazinikela, if you give, if you sacrifice, do you then go back and start questioning where that contribution is going to and why it is so? So I think it's something that all of us need to always keep in mind and ask God to guide us always. I think there are lots of comments that are coming through, which I think because of our time, we'll come to those at the end when we look at our time. But please feel free. If you've got questions, please put them on the chat box if you want further clarifications. If we're not able to answer these, or if these are not able to be answered today, there will be a way of those questions to be answered and circulated. That's all I can say, Preacher. Maybe let's move on to the next segment of the questions.
Thank you very much, Elder Masvaure. We've exhausted the 43 years. I'm sure there is a lot that we could ask, but because of time, I don't think we'll be able to do that. But we need to continue with our conversation. So now we're coming to the year 2003. But maybe before we come to the year 2003, I think the conversation can lead to 2003. Possibly, there were hints, telltale signs that were hinted, maybe to you, Mvangeli, as a keeper. I know there are some content which is within the volumes which were said publicly at headquarters, God telling us to prepare. But because of the commemoration lecture that we are having, maybe in brief, specific things that you feel comfortable in sharing as telltale signs leading to the events that took place in 2003. Thank you.
Thank you, Prisha. Yeah, I think it was in the year 2000. In the year 2000, after the 2000, 2001, I'm not too sure. I was called early in the morning by my dad. Called me and told me he wanted to see me that evening when I come from work. As usual, I prepared myself. I went to Famona. And then I wasn't prepared for what came to my ears. He told me that I must know that there's going to be a time when he's going to leave this earth. And there's a way that he wants to be interred. he took pen and paper and drew a diagram as to how he wants to have his body interred. He also told me that he would want to have a casket that has got slits right round, that is not entirely closed. Like a tomato crate, those old wooden tomato crates. That's what he wanted. And he also told me that he would want his body to be wrapped in a white material before it's put in that casket. And he revealed to me that he wanted that casket to be like that in order for air to come in. He wasn't specific on what air that air should be for or what. He told me, I want air to circulate in that casket. That's what I was told. But like I said earlier on, there's people who like adding on or subtracting to the things that the Holy Ghost used to teach us, or the teachings or whatever we're told. Because I remember there's a time that we were told by the Holy Ghost that you must go out and preach this gospel. I want the world to know me through you. But there's someone who added something there. That was in the 90s. He added a little caption there that I want the world to know me through you by the year 2000. Do you remember that? There was a saying, a narrative that went like that, but it wasn't true. God did not put a time frame. He had said, I want the world to know me through you. But some clever guy said, by the year 2000. And people started dashing around wanting to make that happen by the year 2000. But God didn't put a time frame. So in the same manner as this casket, I was told that I want air to circulate in there. But somebody came in and said, I want to breathe. Then that keeps on coming to me. People keep on asking me that question. I've said, I wasn't told. It wasn't specified what that air is supposed to be for. I hope this clears the air. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mvangeli, for that one, and especially elaborating on that matter, because it has been giving a lot of people confusion. You hear this statement from this one, you hear this statement from this one. We praise God for you explaining exactly what it meant. But now, having had that moment, which took you by surprise, you personally, what came into your mind?
It was a shock. It was shocking, really. I could see that we are nearing the end, but then I was gripped by denial as well. But I didn't want this to happen. But it had already been said. I thought such information, I cannot keep it to myself, but it wasn't information that I could easily divulge to anyone. So I thought, let me share with my sister, who was a nurse then, because it's, matters of life and death are a bit difficult for people to accept. So I thought, since she was in the field, she knew they would save people and some would die in their hands, and she was better prepared for such news. So I went to her and told her, this is what Dad told me. In case I die before he dies, I want you to know this is what he he wants done. And obviously, I shared with my wife that this is what I was told. You know, it took me a long time that day to fall asleep. I was just shell-shocked, but that was it.
What a narration we are having there. What a narration. So,
and sorry, preacher, before that, he had
Mhm.
actually shown me the place where he would want to be interred, there in Yasura. Years before that, he had shown me, this is where I want you to lay me to rest.
That was another hint which was coming there.
Yeah.
That was another hint. So, in what you are saying, Vangeli, you were told these words somewhere around 2000, 2001, and we had another 2 years with the host of God. Most probably, for your explanation, within that time frame, what else can you remember that either you started preparing on or that you would be hinted?
Sorry, come again. I'm not getting the question. Come again.
So I'm saying, Vangere, you were told these words that you've just told us. You were saying it's either 2001 or year 2000, and we had another 2 years with the Holy Host of God up to 2003. Is there anything else which was also hinted, or did you now started preparing for that? What you were told?
Like I said, I was struck by denial, so I didn't want to prepare for such a time. But I could see that the body was ailing. You know, so we did the best that we could to have our father stay as long as possible. But to say any other hints, I can't remember. Maybe my sister can help me.
No, you think, Matenga, you say something indirect, so you have to think deeply all the time. So as children, it wasn't easy for all of us. But you
Thank you.
prefer to talk now to Baku.
Did you hear that? Can you say it
You
again?
prefer to talk to Bakur things, then Bakur will go to Maisharai. Maisharai will tell me. That's how I got the information, some of it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, you see, she said he preferred to talk to me, to tell me those things. Because
that's what he says. Don't tell Rafis.
Yeah. So I tried to say the same thing one day when I was giving a sermon in Kutarama, that no, I was like a personal, personal assistant to him. I was there each time he wanted me to do whatever. And then some people started changing the narrative, saying that no, this guy says he was God's assistant. God doesn't have an assistant. I said, no, that's not what I was saying. A personal assistant like a secretary or a windy or anyway, go there, do this, do that. So that's why then other people started wanting to push, you know, people with their agenda that wants to undo the Holy Horse. I mean the children of the horse position, you know. So it's very difficult to be in our position as children of the host, because whatever you say, people want to change the narrative. People want to not to get the meaning of what you are saying, unfortunately. or they want to twist the actual meaning of what you're trying to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mvangeli. Now coming to the difficult days, when you were now having to ask the Holy Host of God to you as a parent, being taken into hospital and being transported to South Africa for healing. There is a statement which was said when God arrived in South Africa after he started now performing some of his daily duties, that I've come here to heal. I'm not so sure of how the statement I can put it, the killing of people and stuff like that. Would you say this either brought a relief in what pain that you were having, or I don't know how did you respond to that? I'm not so sure exactly the exact words, but I've heard that there were words which were said, which were kind of different from the whole trip of going there to seek medical attention. But at the same time, he's there and he's saying, I've come here to heal certain things here in South Africa.
Yeah, that didn't come as a surprise to me, or something that is out of the ordinary. He's always been that kind of he had always been that kind of a person, that he is double pronged. He was not just there for his personal personal benefit or what. He was there all the time for the healing of the people, healing of the nation. So having gone to South Africa to get the vessel that was being used treated was not just for that particular reason. It goes to show you that he wasn't just an ordinary person. Because had he been an ordinary person in terms of pain, he would have forgotten that he's got God in him. But the fact that he was intertwined with God, he was doing his work up until the last day.
Yeah, that shows serious commitment and dedication to the holy work. Elder Masvaure, any follow-up questions in regards to this matter? Please feel free to put your questions in the chat box so that Mvangeli can respond.
I don't have a follow-up question, only to say God was 2 in 1, and God continues to show his love. Imagine, US in the South Africans or people who were living in South Africa at the time, the privilege of having God being there and those teachings and those standing orders being decreed there about ukukhululwa kwabo and all that. What a privilege it really was. And to me, I'm just taken aback in terms of just going back to that God's love for his children. And I see it with every conversation we're having and everything that Mvangeli has said, and also Stunya has said. That is really touching a lot about uNkulunkulu amongst us. But at the same time, he shows us love all the time. There was a question. I think it was maybe a follow-up to what I had asked around what happened with the vehicle. And I see the Elder Sunga family, they did ask. I'll just mention this one. They say, I think it's time to ask the question, for we might not get an opportunity to correct the wrongs which were done by our elders. Please ask if we can buy the car for the future generations. Umbuzo nanko Vangeli.
Yeah, that question there, I think it's up to the congregation to decide what they want to do, how they want to appease themselves, because kuthiwa zonelwa mvuyinye, imvu eyi-one yawonela izimvu zonke. So it's the whole flock that now has to sit down and decide how they want to appease themselves. Do they want to go and buy a vehicle and start complaining that abantwana entabeni sesibathengela imota? Because asoze libaswele abantu abazenza njalo. Bazothi uthi liyithengela ubani imota? Umsimo kasisekho. Like they have stopped to keep izipho zentabeni because isimo asisekho. And yet it's written in black and white. Ukuthi izipho zizakhutshwa kufikela nini lanini. And then somebody comes with his clever idea, which let's stop, and everyone follows. Imisebenzi eminingi eyenziwayo eGuta kaMwari, uNkulunkulu ubusisa ngendlela eziningi. Lingadecide ukuthi khona lifuna ukuthi lithenge imoto naleyo isebenze entabeni, fair and fine. Isebenze entabeni, ayikhona ukuthi sekukhanya ngani sithengele uJoseph futhi, because abantu bazakuzwa ubuhlungu. Abasoze bayekele ngoba ngumoya wona lo owenza. Umoya wangona lokhu ukhona. Usebenza duzane lo moya kaNkulunkulu. Uyabe ufuna ukubona uNkulunkulu uyalungisa, umoya omubi uyabusona. Uyabufaka into imiqondo lengqondo ezingalunganga ebantwini. So ke imisebenzi onjengokwakhiwa kwasemuseum laphana ungamele ukuthi ukhule, ungathathi isikhathi eside njengakhona okusokwenzakala ngoba abantwana bakaNkulunkulu abaningi bamele khatshana ngokuthi batshelwa into ezingayisizo. Iqiniso limele libe yilo eliphusha phambili ukuthi umsebenzi lo uNkulunkulu wathi uyazisebenza wodwa. Ekuzisebenzeni umsebenzi lo usetshenzwa ngabantu abakhe abayilatshwe yisandla sonesi abasiliswe eGuta kaMwari. They must all put their shoulder to the wheel. Ayikhona ukulalela umuntu nje oze naye ezigulela ubuye wazosila khonapha namanje uyagula ngokomoya ngoba uyabe ekhuluma izinto eziphikisana lokwakhiwa komsebenzi kaNkulunkulu lokuhambisa ukholo phambili.
Lanini Mvangeli ngesishona bathi jajeka. I see. Kodwa ngithemba bakhona njalo abangezwanga. Sibona uMvangeli Thambwa if you could also just interpret ngesitswana la ngesi shona. Siyabonga.
Ngiyabonga, ndatenda. The important message, the question, sorry, ndregere. Mvunzo wangu wafunzwa zvikurukuru wangu uri wekuti nyaya yemotikari iyi ingaitwa sei, ingagadziriswa sei. Mhinduro iripo ndeyekuti aiwa, vanhu havangamisirwi kuti vagare pasi vaite zvemotikari izvezvizvi. Asi zvaakwamuri sangano kuti mune muchibvumirana zvipi, mune muchida zvipi. Asi zvekare tisakangana kuti varipo mweya yokuramba weshanje usingadi zvakanaka vanenge vachingozotaura kuti tinoaita sei. Uye zvekare kuti mabasa aripo akawanda kuti vanhu vanoropfafadzwa nawo nekubvisa zvipo. Ngatisunungukire zvikurukuru papamenzaniso sebasa guru riri kubatwa riri kutakurwa kuSouth Africa kuti vanhu vasununguke vabate basa iroro.
South Africa. Sorry, Mvangeli, point of correction. Basa riri kutakurwa kunyazura kwete kuSouth Africa.
Kunyazura kwete kuSouth Africa.
Kwa kunyazura ndokusource ndokuri kuakiwa museum.
Tlhalosela ene le ya putso ela yone ya gore yone kganyedi utlwileng ya koloi ene e rekwa ke batho ko Zimbabwe yana gore e ka bakanya yang. Karabo ke gore batho ba kana ha tshile phuthego ela ba Zimbabwe bone ba bona hela gore ba tla dira eng go ya bone, mme gone batho ba ska lebelela gore go tla na le bone ba ba nna le mowa one ba batlana ba re nya koloi ele ke ya ka semamang, koloi ele ke ya ka semamang go ntse yang. Mme gape go gatelwa kgang ya gore ditiro di dintsi fela tse batho ba ka di dira tse dintsi jaaka sekaela sa museum ene agiwa ko Nyasura gore batho ba ka ntsha ka boineelo ka dipilo tsa bone. Mme se se botlhokwa fela ke gore batho ba phuthologe go tshwara tiro ela go ya ko pele, mme re se ka ra lebala gore batho ba teng ba bantsi nkabe ne ba ntsha dimpho tse nkabe tiro e tsamaye sentle thata ene ko Nyasura ya museum. Thank you.
Narini, thank you very much. I want to bring in a conversation also related to what Holy Messenger Tayali Adams said, that they were told that everything you need to communicate through Mvangeli Tayali. She used the word Bakuru, number one. That word, that name, Bakuru, Mvangeli, if you are able to explain to us what it means, or maybe you can give it to explain to us what it means, number one. Number two, God had traveled to Botswana from South Africa during 2003 era. And I hear that you were called into the Holy Ark with the likes of Evangelist Sibanda, Evangelist Mudavan, in regards to now prepare that place you were talking about in Nyasura. And the actual words which came out in relationship to how that place will be used afterwards. I hear that it was said it's your place. We have a bit of confusion, which is going around, that place is only for yours and your close ones, and it's not a place which everyone is allowed to go to. If you could explain to us exactly, maybe it's the way the words which came, and maybe the understanding that these people, the other people have, or your understanding, despite that you were there and you heard those words. So maybe we could start with that word Bakuru, that explanation, then maybe we can go to that understanding of what was said in Botswana. Thank you.
Thank you, moderator. Do you want to explain?
No, explain. No, it's too much. And there's too.
Okay, Wakuru, yeah, my dad used to hold me in high esteem, so to say. I don't know, for some reason, he just used to give me the respect that everyone else used to get. I used to get more respect as well from him. You know, for some reason, he would call me ne waindidaidza neruremekedzo rwandai kuti runobva kupi, you know, waingonditi vakuru. He was speaking to me, he would say imi vakuru, he would not say iwe Joseph, akandoti iwe. Well, time and again, of course, he called me Josepha, but vakuru in most of the time. That's how he would refer to me. And out here, even vana vanegumi navairi vaivanzonditi vakuru vebasa. Vakuru vebasa, Evangelist Nembele used to say that. So those are the explanations that I can give, you know, for the name here, Vakuru. You know, so kusi kuti izoni ndakazoti vakuru kana kuti ndamukuru. Chinhano chandakapiwa neni, izvodzo ndakapiwa nematete. Saka inotongofanirwa kutambirwa yakadaro. Vakuru, ava vakuru. Kana mutumwa mukosi waigara kutaura, titori nemaodhi awaitotaura vakuru basi, ndimi vakuru, imimi naana mubhaketaudzera, ndimi vakuru vebasa iri. Vaizitaura because nekuda kuti wakazotaurirwa at an early age, patakazvarwa wakataura kuti hanzi kwazvarwa mwana mukuru mubasa. Inini handizivi kuti zvinorevei, ndichazvisvitsa kupi nekushanda kwaiwa Mwari. Handisi mo. Handina tsananguro yakanyanya yandingape ipapo, asi ndo zvandangokura ndichiita.
Nari.
Then what was the next part of the question, brother?
So I was asking about what was actually said in Botswana. In Botswana. Can you please unmute yourself? The person who was, yeah, thank you. In Botswana, when God visited Botswana, the three of you were called to come to the Mount there in Francistown and got explanation to start preparing for that place which we are talking about in Nyazura that is now going to be used. Exactly,
right.
what were the words?
Right. Like Holy Messenger Adams has said earlier, the way that the host used to say was not too elaborate, so to say. Some of the things, if you didn't ask further questions, you'd not understand what he was saying. And you would want, if you're not careful, you would be one to be presumptive, or you would want to add on to what he has said or reduce. So what he said that day was, he did not mention that that place is now going to be about to be used or anything like that. He said, kuti mende munogadzira paya panzvimbo pandakakuratidza paya vakuru muchipayeuka. Ndikati ndobaziva ati vhangeri muda vanhu navhangeri Sibanda. Muende navakuru munodini munoisa fence ipo paya panzvimbo iyoyo. That was what we were told. The elaborations that are coming out to say nzvimbo yangu inini ndeyavakuru ndeyangu inini, to be honest with you, I did not get that. Kuti nzvimbo yangu inini, that was not said to me. But what I know about that place is what's in the standing orders. Matengo wakati inzvimbo yavo, haisi nzvimbo yemunhu wozwa. What could have been said on that day was probably to highlight that that place, I am responsible for this upkeep. Responsible for the upkeep of that place. Not kuti ndeyangu nzvimbo. That was not said to me. I think that's where the meaning was lost. That place there, I have to be in charge of its upkeep.
Thank you for that elaboration, Mvangeri. So, for someone maybe who is from, now we have got so many formations after what happened in 2004, the divisions and stuff like that, and they would want to participate in any of the developments happening in Nyazura, or they want to come and visit in Nyazura. What kind of a procedure or protocol would one use?
Having learned from the past, vakuru vanoti ivo chakatanga ndo chakachenjera. We've seen people who have who after the voice went silent, people started claiming property of Guta, started claiming ownership of what they probably gave wholeheartedly to the organization. They wanted to be known that they're the ones that did this, they're the ones that did that, that days belongs to them. Yet they gave it, they gave it willingly to the organization. So in the same breath, we would want people to be part of the development of the museum, development of all the works that God said you must be done at the shrine or at that holy place. Anyone is free. Anyone who was healed in Guta or any well-wisher, they are free to give their donations, give their gifts towards the building and development of Nyazura without any fear or favor. There's no rules to it. All we know is that Mwari is a free organization where we are all encouraged to give generously and wholeheartedly. No one is forced. You give according to your capabilities. That's it, Barrett.
Thank you, Mbangeli.
And then in return, God blesses you.
Narini.
You know.
Narini. It's been a big day. We have had. I wish we could go on and on and on, but the time is never on our side. It's never on our side. I think, Mbangeli, because of time, for today, we need to end here. Your parting words.
My parting words.
Yeah.
My parting words is Guta Mwari, Guta Mwari linye, Guta Mwari rimwe chete. Vanhu ngavadzoke back to factory settings. Zvakarehwa nematenga kuti izoni takurai basa iri makabatana muri chinhu chimwe chete. Vanhu vatema ngatirege kunakirwa neutongi kana kuti kukura musoro nekuda kunzi ndini ngana ndiri papapo, ndini ngana ndiri kunzi ndakazoti ndini kana kuti mukuru. Ayo, ngatingouyai tiise musoro pamwe chete titakure basa rematenga, nyika ipone kuburikidza nesu isusu nekusingaperi.
Narini. Elder Masvaure, time is never waiting for us.
As you heard me saying one statement, God's love for his children, what an opportunity for us to have had a lot of things that will be written in history. There's a lot, I believe, that many of us did not even know, but today we know. Kuburikidza naMvangeli Tayali, Tayali Adams, and the explanations that were shared with us. And we really praise God for this opportunity. I know service, I'm looking at the time and I'm thinking timekeeping was very important. And we want to keep to those traits and looking at our time. Maybe from you, preacher, one key takeaway, and then we wrap up our program.
Thank you very much. All I can say is we praise God for the time which we have had with our speakers, and we appreciate all the knowledge that they've shared with us. We wish we could do this more and more and more again, so that even us who saw the host of God can continue benefiting, and also it impacts even our children and the future generations to come. We really, really praise God. We thank you all for attending this special program. We praise God. I'm sure some of the people, it was first time to hear this information. It has been recorded, and the curation team is going to play its part and to make sure that this history is shared in future for you to have a reference of what happened. We praise God for that. Evangelist Makhasa, just to wrap up, then we sing the closing hymn.
Anenzeve dzekunzwa anzwa nekusingaperi.
Narini. So if we can all stand up and sing the last song of Trivawadzani, then not knowing for your guidance, Evangelist Makhasa, should we ask benediction since we are going into service? Or just sing the last song?
Just sing the last song, the last verse. After that, people are free to, those continuing to log in for the service, we are not going to change. And those who want to find some refreshments, can do so.
Thank you. Last verse, hymn leader Mlilo.
nini. Praise God for this opportunity, and we will go